Well, good morning to my beautiful coffee beans. I am Bullhorn Betty. We've been covering the cases of Miss Nancy Guthrie and Lilly and Jack Sullivan. In today's episodes, I know we're talking about them still missing, but more importantly, we should be talking about what happened on that first day of the investigation in both of these cases. What was being done? But more importantly, what was not being done? We've got a lot of mistakes in both of these cases that have been had, that have delayed the justice or bringing the suspects to justice, bringing the victims home. Nancy Guthrie ripped out of her bed in the middle of the night. What happened to Lilly and Jack Sullivan? We literally and seriously have no idea whether they were truly there that morning on May 2nd. So we're going to be diving into all of that in today's episode of the Bullhorn Betty Show. So come on in, grab your beverage, sit on down, and enjoy this important talking point. What are the mistakes? What did they do? But more importantly, what didn't they do? Let's get into it.
Bullhorn Betty rocks.
Coffee steaming, files on the table. We clocking early, hunt what's unstable. Bullhorn Betty on the curb, voice raised. Flip-flop queen with the homemade phrase. Notebook thick, got the screenshots flag. Names in red ink, every rumor, every tag. Late night live stream, screen glow on her face. Truth in her throat, got a lawman's pace. She don't blink when the threats roll through. Come see me, she says, if you think that's cute. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. We hunt bad guys till the sun comes up. From the front porch steps to the courthouse rug. We fighting for the ones that they gave up. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. Sip that truth from a styrofoam cup. From the quiet streets to the madhouse buzz. We ain't letting go till we get that justice. Insane Asylum, that's our crew nickname. Laugh so loud while we track these names. Whiteboard wild with the webs we spin. Pen to pen, see the pattern sink in. Turmo shaking when the case goes cold. We stir it back up, won't do what we're told. Doorstep question, side eye stare. Where were you that night? We hanging right there. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. We hunt bad guys till the sun comes up. From the front porch steps to the courthouse rug. We fighting for the ones that they gave up. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. Sip that truth from a styrofoam cup. From the quiet streets to the madhouse buzz. We ain't letting go till we get that justice. This for the faces on the milk cart labels. This for the families praying at tables. This for the names that the news won't say. We say them out loud every single day. Every day. If you're running in the dark, better feel that fear. Betty got a bullhorn right in your ear. Coffee club crazy, but we think so clear. One small town, whole world gonna hear. Hey! Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. We hunt bad guys till the sun comes up. From the front porch steps to the courthouse rug. We fighting for the ones that the day gave up. Bullhorn Betty in the coffee club. Sip that truth from a styrofoam cup. From the quiet streets to the madhouse buzz. We ain't letting go till we take that trust.
Dot, 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 dot. Well, we didn't have any drop frames, so Lisa, I didn't touch a thing. I just reset it. I've left the settings alone. They've been working so great. We have some technical issues every now and again, but so far, I mean, this has been a great setting. So I think we finally found our secret sauce. If we can just keep the secret sauce secret, maybe we'll keep saucing. I don't know, but I've been told a green grasshopper has a green, whoa, ooh, Betty, why are you thinking of a grasshopper's a-hole? The hell? We got grasshoppers. We got those little grasshoppers. That's nice to see, everybody. So we've been covering a couple cases, and we're going to be talking about, Miss Guthrie probably more so. We took more of the channel yesterday to kind of cover Lilly and Jack's case. Now, Lilly and Jack, the reason why we took so much time yesterday is because many of you guys, we haven't touched the case in several months. And a lot of my audience members came to me because of Miss Nancy Guthrie. So I wanted to make sure that you guys had a good understanding of a little bit of history about the Lilly and Jack case. So we dominated almost 2 hours of yesterday's show. Just to get up to snuff. We're not quite up to snuff yet. I still have some stuff that I want to show you related to Daniel Martell. Now, that's the stepfather. We were only talking about the kids and their mother. This is Daniel Martell. He's the stepfather. He was doing literally drugs while they were searching for the kids, allegedly, and in my opinion. Hey, Fire Captain, it's nice to see you, and everybody else that's in the chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Did I say hi to everybody yet? I'm so confused. I'm so confused, folks. I'm just confused. I don't think I have. So let's take a few moments to say hi to everybody in chat. Come on in, guys. Come on in. We got Aletha, Eeyore, Melanie. It's nice to see you. Bullhorn Betty is present. Terry is sneaking out at work listening to us. Shame on her. Shame on her. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. We love you, Terry. We love you. Keep listening. Keep listening. Who else do we have? We have the boss up in the house. Bullhorn Betty is present. Lisa B always blessing us with her presence. Unicorn Indiana, it's nice to see you, babe. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good morning. Tina up in the house. Denise, good morning. Good morning. The Ruby Pearl Glamper, don't forget to hit up on her show. We have a few people in here that have shows. So it's nice to see you. If anybody is a content creator, raise your hand, reach out to one of my mods, give one of my mods your URLs so we can start putting you in the trickler and throwing your name out here and there. Help you out, get your channel growing. We're all about helping people up. And anytime you ever need any help, let me know. Pam, it's nice to see you. Horsey Love, good morning. Good morning. Groovy Gal up in the chat. Aletha, I think I said hi to you. I'm pretty sure I did. Sonia, it's nice to see you. Donna, good morning. Good morning. Veronica up in the house. Thank you, Donna, for the stars. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Good morning. Good morning. Who else have I missed? Laura, nice to see you, my love. I hope you are doing well. Deanna. Danielle. Tammy, good morning. Good morning. I must have been down there. I see Arizona Raven. We're just passing you now. Who else do we have? I think I said hi to everyone. Crazy Cat Lady, Fire Captain. It's nice to see you. Stephanie, Lady for Justice. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Lori. We love the floating heart. We love the floating heart. Melody up in the chat. Rue, good morning. Yo, mama, yo. It's nice to see yo. Tabitha, it's nice to see you. Good morning, good morning. I think we got I Spy up in the chat. By the way, thank you so much, I Spy, for everything you do. And I think you have a channel too. You need to get your channel over to my people so they can make sure that they're throwing you in the chat. They're throwing you your chat. Lisa, good morning. We got like 2 or 3 Lisas in the chat. Just my girls. It's nice to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Come on in, sit on down, and enjoy the talking, the discussion. I mean, the shows themselves, what we talk about are pretty sad. These are people's lives that have been torn apart, and even the ones that don't appear that their lives are torn apart, their family and friends' lives are torn apart, right? Although Malaya Brooks Murray has been able to hide for 15 months, her family and people that love Jack and Lilly, they're still struggling daily to comprehend what happened while she's, doing art. It's insanity. It's insanity. So this case has been scrutinized so bad, Miss Nancy Guthrie. And before we get into that, I do want to let you know that we do have a new article out. Yesterday, my article was for paid members on Substack. And we had great review. You do get a free, if you've never been to Substack before, you do get one free paid article that you can read. So, save that for an article you want to read, I guess. But at the end of the day, I put the one out for today. Today's article is free. It's free to everyone. So if you guys would like to see the type of stuff that we write about on our Substack, please consider going over there and checking it out, subbing up to the Substack so you don't miss any great articles that we have. It's just more content about stuff that we are talking about every day, but putting it into more concise and readable language, because sometimes when we're on the show, we're kind of all over the place. We have we believe the show is going to go this way, and then we may have a talking point because somebody in the chat is talking about something, like the death certificate, for example. Death certificate wasn't even going to be talked about on the Bullhorn Betty channel because, I know the law, I know it wasn't legitimate, I wasn't going to touch on it. I figured people were going to, but then somebody in the chat was starting to talk about this ransom note, then everybody started talking about not the ransom note, but the death certificate, and then everybody started talking about the death certificate. So I kind of stopped and just kind of gave you guys some, information I thought everybody needed to understand, because I understand the law. I'm not a scholar in the law. I want to be very, very clear. There are some amazing people out there that are just scholars in law. Okay, I have a good understanding. I went to school to become a paralegal. Okay, so I have those types of education. And I worked in a law firm for over a decade, multiple different law firms, multiple different types of cases I've handled over my decade in the law, maybe a decade and a half in law firms. It's what I went to college for. Everything else, like the insurance, the sales, the medical stuff, I didn't go to college for that. I went to college for law. So the other stuff was just stuff I did because life took me there, and at the end of the day, no matter what I do in the world, I've got education in medical, I got education in sales, I got education in accounting, I got education in, I just got a whole host, law. I feel like if I have at least a common knowledge in all these little, I'll never be unemployable. Okay, that's the way I looked at life, right? I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was one of those fly by the seat of your pants type of gals, okay? Going up. I never really committed. I was one of those non-committal type of people when it came to what the hell do you want to do with your life? When you grow up, what do you want to be? Well, when I grow up, I'll let you know, okay? Okay. Now that we got that understood. When I grow up, I'll let you know, okay? If you have noticed anything about me, I'm not really into all this adulting, even though we adult a lot around here. Yeah. Neil, it's nice to see you. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in, guys. We got a lot to go over. So one of the number one things that we have been talking about when it comes to Miss Nancy Guthrie is the face plant, right? I think the number one issue that we've all seen publicly is this case be rushed at the beginning, and we knew it, right? We knew it. Like when Brian Inton was walking up to the door and we saw all that blood leading to the front door, and it was all there. The mat was there. We could even see the foliage. And I remember that was the number one thing in my audience that everybody noticed. They kept saying, why is that there? Talking about the weeds. Why are those there? You know what they thought happened? And you guys will remember this. As soon as I spit this out of my mouth, you guys will remember the news circulation on social media about this. They thought the person went up there with a flower delivery to knock on the door to deliver flowers and basically push their way in. So that's what originally, because we were still unsure about, this was like literally, the first few days of this case. And if we had to rewind about these first few days of this case, we knew literally nothing. Law enforcement was just now, taking this case as an urgent matter. It seemed like even when we look at that first interview from Chris Nanos, he did not have the FBI there. We know that. He's full of shit. Excuse my language, but he is. And I gotta watch. He's full of... I got a beep button. Sonia sponsored the beep. Of course Sonia did. Of all the people in the chat, of course Sonia gives us the... She's all about, the cuss jar, right? But she doesn't really want you cussing, okay? She doesn't want none of us cussing, okay? So she gives us this beep. She gives me a jar. She's moved the jar up to a 5-gallon bucket, okay? And all I need to do is just use the button, right? Just use the button and we'll be good. But I never use the button. I always say the out of my mouth. Do we got Morse code? Now, if I said F you in Morse code, okay, I'm sure only the captain would know. But I didn't mean to. I didn't know what I was typing. Hello, flock. That's it. The flock? Nanos is like Lindsay Clancy. Phil with BS, yeah. With Lindsay Clancy, though, Brad, I'm kind of, I have to be honest with you. I feel a little bit some type of way for her. I really do. I do, because everybody that knew her before this event talked so highly of her and her children, and for her to be struggling and turning her, going into an inpatient, her knowing that something is not right with her, and her even, going into an inpatient place, it just, I feel some type of way about Lindsay's case. I really do, because I worry that we as humans don't understand the brain in its totality. And I think a lot of, like in a case like this, we don't know what's true. I do believe that somebody that has a sick brain, their brain overtakes them, that they have no control. Their brain, when you have a sick brain, people can't survive without a brain, okay? So your body develops a brain. Now, we all know that during the process of being developed, there's a number of things that can happen. And during pregnancies, especially if there's substances involved, if there's alcohol involved, if there's medical conditions, something that might cut off the air restriction of the baby, the umbilical cord getting around a child's neck. There's a lot of medical things that can happen inside the uterus with a child that has lasting and long-term effects on that child without you even knowing about it, because when you birth that child, an infant is an infant. You can't really tell any type of developmental issues with an infant, because those developmental issues don't start showing until they start, forming words. You're starting to teach them different skills and they're not quite getting it and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I feel like somebody with a sick brain, or she just had a baby, which is bringing us back to Malaya Brooks Murray, because her baby was only 6 months old as well. And we know that some of these mothers with this postpartum depression, whatever it's doing in their brain, it's very detrimental to the children. Okay? I don't quite understand postpartum depression. I don't understand how any depression could make you want to be a homicidal maniac towards your precious babies. I don't know about that, but again, I don't have a sick brain, and neither do many of you, and neither do many of the people that are treating sick brains, and they've never experienced a sick brain. And I just don't understand how people can diagnose sick brains, because I believe psychology is theory-based. I don't like theory-based science, okay? That means there's no test, there's no proof. You can't definitively show that this person and this person and this person all suffer from the same ailment. You have to go to the doctor and express what you're going through, and they have to say, this sounds like blah, blah, blah. Let me prescribe you blah, blah, blah. And Lindsay, Brad was on, they supplied her with, like, she was actively taking 12 or 13 different psychological medications. Like, I think the medical practitioners, this lady's head up. when I found out the amount of prescriptions that this lady was on, but everything before her having her baby, she was a great mom. Even when she had her baby, she was very concerned about the health and well-being of her child. That doesn't sound like a homicidal maniac that wants to kill her kids. But when you have freaking doctors Frankensteining a lady and throwing well, how many medications did we say? Like 20? She had 20 different prescriptions, actively taking 12? That's insane. She was 35 years old. What 35-year-old is taking that many medications? Even people with heart and liver problems aren't taking that many medications, and they're doing all of this for her head. I don't know. I mean, that's just my opinion. I get you though. I'm not criticizing you, Brad. I'm really not. Thank you for participating. But you did bring up Lindsay, and I'm kind of twisted all over that case. I won't lie to you. I am twisted. I'm twisted like a pretzel. I am twisted like a pretzel over that case. How many people, I know this is a kind of off topic, but how many people in here are truly twisted like a pretzel when it comes to this whole Lindsay Clancy case? She was rich, privileged, and nurse. She knew better. That's what somebody would probably say to me, but if I was losing my shit, I would be trying to trust what the doctors are saying. And I remember once upon a time when I was in my 15s, my parents were doing that, and they put me on some type of medication. And I gotta tell you, all I did was cry. It made me more depressed than life, and so I stopped taking it. I can't even remember. It was so many years ago. I mean, I think I was 15 or 16. You know, I was going through the thing with my family and stuff like that. But I remember I was on this, and I just couldn't stop crying. Every time I turned around, I cried. I just hated life. I mean, I was, having issues, but I wasn't hating life, and there was this one medication they put me on, and I woke up in the morning, I was crying all the way to school. In school, I'd go in the bathroom and I'd cry. I'd get out of school, I'd go and cry. I'd do my homework. After my homework, I would cry. I mean, it was a mess. It was a mess. And, I'm thinking I was like majorly messed up, and come to find, I never even considered it was the medication I was taking. I just thought I was messed up, So I don't know. I think, when your brain's sick, your brain sometimes doesn't know it's sick, I don't understand the postpartum stuff that they're talking about, though. Again, I've never experienced postpartum. I'm not even just me. Like I've never had a friend that I've known that had a baby that had the postpartum depression. That's insane. I couldn't deal with that. Yeah, many experts are saying she was failed. So I that's all I'm saying, Brad, is I feel some type, and I think maybe that's the female part of me. Like maybe there's a piece of me that's hearing this doting mom on her kids and doesn't want to believe this homicidal maniac. But, on the flip side of that, we have to look at these moms. Moms are getting more creative when they don't want their children. And we have to look at that as an option as well, because, I mean, we're looking at Malaya Brooks Murray. I mean, we just heard her statement yesterday, and I'm sorry. And that reminds me, Deception Detective, he dropped a video on Malaya Brooks Murray. I want more from him. I want his assessment on this full interview. So I need you guys to do me a favor. Everybody in chat, if you guys have never been on Deception Detective's channel, go over there and hit the thumbs up button and tell him you want more. He wants you, he'll give a tester, see if people are interested in more commentary on it before he spends a lot of time analyzing something. And then if he has the audience for it, he'll take the time and analyze it. So I want everybody to go over there. I think he dropped like an 8-minute video yesterday. I want everybody to go over there, like that video, and put a comment in the video to do the entire video. And the more he gets with the clicks and the views and the comments, because again, he's a very talented individual. So if you notice, he does not put stuff out every day, and he's not going to waste his time with things that are not interested to his audience. And I really want his assessment on there. And there's no way that just one person can call him up and say, hey, can you look at this for me and give me an assessment on it? No, he wants to make sure that his audience have an appetite for the assessment. So he dropped an 8-minute video yesterday. I'd like to see more of this video. So I want to just make sure you guys understand how Deception Detective works. He's put the teaser out. He wants to see whether people want him to do further commentary on it. I want him to do further commentary, but I'm just one vote, so I figured maybe if I could throw this out to my audience that maybe you guys would go over there and let him know. Don't forget to put your little bullhorn in your bullhorn emoji next to your name in there. I'd like to see some bullhorns. So he knows that we're asking him, please, pretty please, right? But we want to also advocate where the push is coming from as well, so people can jump on board. I even hyped Dee Dee's video. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Appreciate you. So that's what we'd like to do. I'm definitely interested in his commentary. Like, I feel like we're not 100% like 100. We don't agree 100% of the time, but I believe that out of a lot of the people's mindset on here, that I kind of understand his mindset a little bit better. And I'm very fond of his work. I will tell you that I'm very fond of his work. So if you guys can get out and get over there and check that out, that would be beautiful. Telling him that we want more, that would even be better. Even be more beautiful. So if you guys could just be beautiful people and go do beautiful things and get us some beautiful work from Deception Detective, we will be having a beautiful week. Okay, everything's just beautiful because we're about to go into the mishaps, the mistakes, and all the gunky crap that are going on. I would say more so in Miss Nancy Guthrie's case than over here in Malaya's case, but there are a few things that I think need to be denoted in this case, and I believe it comes back to the very beginning of the case, and I think it did hold up a lot of information in both of these cases. So we're going to be talking about the mistakes today, guys. That is what we are on the road for, is the mistakes, because one, we want to identify the mistakes, we want to understand the mistakes, so we are all aware of them, so if we see them in the future, we know that they're mistakes. The other issue here is we also want to know why we're here, right? We've got Lilly and Jack, they've been missing for 15 months. We've got poor Miss Nancy Guthrie. She's been missing for 6 months. These cases don't appear to be anywhere closer to being solved. We could even actually include another case in here as well, and that's a Sebastian Rogers case, right? Because all three of these cases have had major missteps at the very beginning of the case that prevented these cases from being followed through with in a timely fashion to get to the other side, to get to justice, to get to the victims and bring them home either dead or alive. It sounds very callous of me saying dead or alive, but in reality, that is what we are looking for, right? We're looking for these people and we're looking for them dead or alive. It's an unfortunate statement to make, and it's more even unfortunate that these cases are ongoing right now, right? But we are looking for them. 2 children that cannot care for themselves have been missing for 15 months. The law enforcement told us literally by day 2, maybe day 3, these kids were deceased. These kids were dead. So they didn't withhold. They're not a Chris Nanos, a criminal sheriff of Pima County. They understand that, the biology of human beings and how how people can handle it. So, there was a reason why they failed to send out an Amber Alert or imply that these children were abducted. If you've noticed that in Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, Canada, the RCMP, where were they? Nova Scotia RCMP. They came to the conclusion that these kids were dead within days. We are still arguing with Chris Nanos to classify Miss Nancy Guthrie's case appropriately. Miss Nancy Guthrie, 84-year-old grandmother, ripped out of her bed in the middle of the night by a masked gunman on February 1st in the wee hours of morning, never to be seen again. Chris Nanos told us at the very, very, very first press conference that this was a fatal situation because Miss Guthrie was out there. They don't know where she was at the time. They had just realized that this was a crime scene, that this wasn't a lady that just simply wandered off into the woods or the desert, that this truly was an act of violence perpetrated upon her. And once they realized that and realized she didn't have her medication, they told us that she would be dead in a few days without that medication. And it was confirmed multiple times. She never made it to Mexico, and there was no medication ever provided that could have possibly went to her. They have confirmed that. So now we know that Miss Nancy Guthrie, that would be dead in a matter of days without her medication, never had medication. And so we're 6 months into this case, and Chris Nanos is still believing that this lady's going to walk in the front door, and she's not. She's dead. I think everything in this case proves that she's gone. Thank you, sweet Caroline. Dun, dun, dun. Gifted a Bullhorn Betty membership. Brad, you are part of the coffee club. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. You are arguing with me, Button. Because I'm a love machine. I'm a love machine. Ow! So, it's nice to see you. Welcome. Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club. The insane asylum. Grab your straitjacket in your padded room and welcome aboard. It's nice to have you, Brad, and thank you for bringing up some good talking points today. That was wonderful. We got to debate a little bit. I love that. Thank you again, sweet Caroline. We appreciate all that you do for this channel. We do. Tabitha, Turtle Talk up in the chat. It's nice to see you, Turtle Talk. Big hugs and loves to you, babe. I hope you're doing well. So let's go ahead and get started. As you guys know, like I said prior to this, we do have, look at that. I didn't even set it. I love it. That's why we're having such a good one. I forgot I reset the, I had reset the, did I? Oh, good. It worked. It worked. Okay, guys, if you guys have not seen, you guys know this thumbnail is from yesterday, but this is our article. This is our beautiful article on Substack. This is free to each and every one of you guys to read. Good morning, my beautiful coffee beans, it says. Good morning, my beautiful coffee beans. Please don't miss one article that we send. We did a paid member article yesterday. It was quite an involved article. I love those involved articles. It took me a long time to draft. But once I finally got all of my sticky and talking points down, then I was able to create that. So the ones I spent a little more time on, I want to give out to our paid members. The ones that I don't spend so much time on, I don't mind throwing out to everyone. So this is one of those articles for everyone. So we don't do a whole lot of free stuff on Substack. So whenever you do get an opportunity to get a free article, you might as well read it while it's free. So get out there, get over there, and support the Substack family. We've been going over a lot with the case of Miss Nancy Guthrie, and we've raised a lot of concerns about whether or not there are going to be more civil actions. We've spent quite some time talking about the recent $25 million action that was, like, I call it kind of the jailhouse, action against Pima County Sheriff that was booted out of court. It was dismissed. And then we had this $176 million lawsuit from the 24-year-old kid that was paralyzed by the, guns ablazing Pima County incompetent law enforcement out there. And so he's paralyzed for life. Has a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against him. We're talking about, and we know, the civil rights of several independent journalists out there in Pima County were violated. Those are going to be eventually civil lawsuits, and those will probably get into the $100,000 or $1 million lawsuits themselves. In addition to what type of claims maybe the Guthrie family may have. The Guthrie family is well-to-do. But lawsuits, especially civil lawsuits toward government, has literally nothing to do with money and everything to do with corrective action in many cases. I can tell you, people are like, even Seth Rogers, everybody's like, oh my God, look at him, he's going after millions of dollars, all about the money. No, but I'm sorry, county governments don't understand. They don't understand until you make them understand. It has nothing to do with money and everything to do with changing of the policy. So you can't do one without the other. You got to make it hurt, and you got to make it hurt bad, right? You got to make it so painful that they never want to do it again. And that's what it comes down to. Now, Chris Nanos, we have a major problem with Chris Nanos because Chris Nanos has never been held accountable in the 40 years that he has been in office or as a law enforcement agent. He has never been held accountable. He bludgeoned somebody, sent somebody to the ICU, something that would have put me or you or anybody in the general public or in any other facet of law enforcement in jail for quite some time. And he was able to skate and walk from that with only a termination from law enforcement at that time in El Paso. He sat out for 2 years, although he's lied even about that, even about his career of sitting out for 2 years before he decided to move out of El Paso, Texas, and over to Arizona to try to give his law enforcement career another shot. And then he realized he has to be more manipulative. He learned his lesson, and he adjusted like a chameleon would adjust. And it's given rise, as long as he lied for 40 years, it's given him rise all the way to the sheriff. So yes, we do have the fox guarding the hen house. That is what we have here in Arizona, in Pima County, Arizona. Good morning, Vis Girl. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. GE Girl, it's nice to see you. Who else? YouTuber Mama, I didn't say hi to you. Rhonda, it's nice to see you. I hope you guys are all doing well. But we've also talked about possible claims that the Guthrie family may also have in addition to this. Now, they're the ones that, in all fairness, have been harmed the absolute most out of all of this. Yeah, there were a few people that went to jail, but think about, they lost their mother, and because of the leadership, the failures of this leadership, the failures to properly act, the failures to properly follow the right protocol, those things had fallen to the wayside. People did things that were questionable in this case. And I believe that all of those things, all of the infighting, all of the pissing contests were all brought to the forefront in this case, this very viral and public interest case of Nancy Guthrie. Pima County is liable for what they have done. Not just to those YouTubers, not just to other people in their community, like the 24-year-old that will never walk again. He has really done a lot of damage in this community long before Miss Nancy Guthrie disappeared. Miss Nancy Guthrie, in all fairness, we look for silver linings. Nancy Guthrie's disappearance had to be had if anybody in the world was ever going to know what was going on behind the scenes in Pima County. They had a corrupted government. They have a corrupted media. Nobody was going to ever really give you the truth about Pima County. It took this lady leaving before this county could truly be liberated. It took this lady being kidnapped, and God knows what she went through, for us to realize what is truly going on behind the scenes, what people out there in Pima County have been screaming from the rooftops for years. And now it's coming to the forefront. Now it is here. Now it is front and center. Now the world does see, and so does the community. They're finally being able to lift the spectacles and adjust those spectacles and fine-tune them and see what's going on very clearly. I think this case here, despite the board of cowards, despite a corrupted DA that won't do anything to hold this criminal sheriff accountable for once again breaking the law, after 40 years of law breaking, you would think that finally, just one time, he would be held accountable. Yet we have keep getting corrupted politicians. The DA's got to go. The board of cowards have to go. Anybody and everybody that's the district attorney, the judges, they all got to go, folks. Like, this is very, very deep. This is very, very deep. Does Miss Guthrie have grounds? Remember, we have FBI agents saying that these types of cases, there are no grounds. We just heard Seth Rogers just filed suit against the sheriff of Sumner County, and we had a very well-known FBI agent, retired FBI agent, say, well, there's no grounds there. Like, she's an attorney. I can tell you, I've worked for attorneys. There are grounds here. I believe there are grounds in Pima County case for the Guthries, as well as Sebastian's case with Seth Rogers. I believe there are very much grounds, and I believe those grounds are very strong. Very strong. But it's not just about the money. It's about getting this case. It's about knowing what really truly happened. It's about the discovery. More than 6 months after Nancy Guthrie disappeared from her Tucson area home, scrutiny of the investigation has raised a separate legal question over whether Savannah Guthrie and her family could hold Pima County responsible for mistakes by law enforcement hindered efforts to find her. The Guthrie family has not announced plans to sue the county. Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today's Show co-anchor, disappeared from her home in the Catalina foothills on the night of January 31st. I believe it would be proper early hours of February 1st. Authorities believe she was taken against her will and no arrests have been announced. Criticism of Pima County Sheriff's Office has focused on decisions made during the first days of the investigation, including how quickly evidence outside the Guthrie's home was secured, delays involving aerial search, resources, and the extent of the FBI's early involvement. Chris Nanos has defended the department's handling of the case and said investigators continue to work with federal authorities and outside experts. Even if the investigators made mistakes, Arizona law sets a high bar for turning those errors into successful lawsuits against law enforcement agency. The issue has reached Arizona courts before in Hogue versus City of Phoenix. Family of victims of a serial killer known as the Baseline Killer alleged that police and laboratories delays prevented authorities from identifying him sooner, allowing him to remain free and commit additional crimes. The Arizona Court of Appeals rejected the negligence claim in 2016, finding that the undertaking a criminal investigation did not by itself create a legal duty to protect the victims from the killer. The ruling meant the family could not base their claims simply on allegations that police should have identified or arrested him sooner, and I don't think that we have those claims in this case. I think we have different claims than an actual arrest or arresting somebody sooner. These are claims against incompetence and negligence to proper and procedural matters. That means they're required to do things in such a way and they failed to do it, preventing this. So I think they do have some liability here. The court distinguished that general rule from circumstances in which police undertake to provide specific protections to an unidentifiable person facing a known threat. That distinction could become relevant to the Guthrie's case depending on what occurred after the ransom demand began arriving. 2 notes purportedly sent by Guthrie's captor demanded payment in Bitcoin, with one setting deadlines for payment and another later claiming she had died. Authorities have not established that Guthrie is dead. Savannah Guthrie and her siblings publicly said in February that they were prepared to pay a ransom and asked for proof that their mother was alive. The instructions law enforcement gave the family about responding to those demands, if any, have not been established publicly. Those communications could be relevant to whether authorities undertook more specific responsibility toward Guthrie or her family if a legal claim were pursued. I think that she does have a case, and it shows you even in this conversation that there is a path forward to suing Pima County Sheriff. Although this is a lot of legalese, and I don't think that this is flowing as well as it should for a commentary. This is a law commentary, so most law scholars would be reading this, and this is understandable to them, but I just don't think it's very understandable to the normal person. But what they're saying is that if they're just going after the sheriff because because their mistakes hindered them arresting a person quicker, that's never going to be an argument. But, what duties did they do or not do? What were their requirements? And did they fulfill those? And if they did not, well, that's what creates the liability, in my opinion. Arizona law also limits liability for public agencies and employees when a claim is based on failures to make an arrest. This is not a failure to make an arrest. We don't have anybody to arrest. This is about them bungling the evidence to even begin with, before it even gets to identifying somebody. A public entity, and that's what's upsetting with this, because they're giving you apples and oranges here for the commentary instead of apples and apples. Arizona law also limits public agencies and employees when claims based on failure to make an arrest. This is not what we're talking about here. A public entity or an employee generally cannot be held liable for failing to arrest someone unless an employee intended to cause injury or acted with gross negligence. That standard requires more than just showing investigators made mistakes or exercised poor judgment. What they have here is that David Stivers had already been written up for doing the exact same things he did here. So I think we're going to have a different, this will, I think, in my opinion, this rises to gross negligence just on those factors alone. But again, not a scholar in the law, especially Arizona law, and have never worked in Arizona before. So excuse me for the coughing. I don't know why I'm coughing so much. Arizona also generally requires anyone seeking damage from public entity to first serve a formal notice of claim within 180 days after the claim occurs. No notice of claim for the Guthrie family has been publicly announced. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and FBI continue to investigate Guthrie's disappearance. Her family has offered up to $1 million for information leading to her recovery. So the family already believes she's dead. The only people that are holding out is the stupid sheriff, because 1 + 1 = 8 when it comes to him. As of August 11th, no one has been arrested in connection with the case, and the Guthrie family has not announced any legal action against Pima County Sheriff's Department. But it doesn't change the fact that major mistakes were had since day one. And Maureen McConnell has led the charge on identifying some of those mistakes that were had by law enforcement early on in this case. And she sat down and spoke with Brian Enton about some of the issues related to this specific case, about day one. I mean, we've had a lot of mistakes day one, okay? Day one. Lots and lots and lots of mistakes. And you know what? The majority of the mistakes that happened on day one were a direct result of David, Sergeant, now Lieutenant. Can you believe this guy that has been written up for fumbling evidence? Fumbling evidence in 2 major crimes. One where the person walked off and he was promoted to lieutenant by Chris Nanos. Went from sergeant to lieutenant, and all he had to do was fumble up two major cases. One which a murderer walked. 2 months ago, a murderer walked. They murdered somebody, and because of the law enforcement assigned to the case, the murderer walked. Walked. And not only did he assign that same bozo to this case here, he actually promoted him to lieutenant. Way to go, Pima County, Arizona. Aren't you glad you hired yourself a criminal sheriff? Aren't you glad you hired yourself a criminal sheriff? What the flock is right. What the flock is right. What the flock is absolutely right. Make sure this is lined up. Oh, good. I love it when it's lined up right. So, what to know? Nancy Guthrie, mother of Today co-anchor Savannah Guthrie, remains missing more than six months after her disappearance from her Tucson, Arizona home. Retired FBI agent Maureen O'Connell criticizes the initial handling of the crime scene, citing insufficient evidence preservation and inadequate area lockdown. O'Connell believes early mistakes in the processing the scene may have contributed to the current lack of progress in the investigation. Of course it did. It's not suggested. It did have something to do with it, period. And Chris Nanos is going to lie until the day he is fired and set and retired out with the cows, okay? He's going to continue to sit here and say that he did a great job. Why? Because he's an idiot. He's an idiot that refuses to take accountability. He screwed up, and his people screwed up, and they screwed up in a magnificent way. And instead of just saying, listen, we're humans, we made a mistake, we're trying to correct it, they are going to continue to lie to the public and put the blame. Oh my God, all these things that everybody's saying, none of it's true, none of it's true, none of it's true. It's everybody else, it's everybody else, it's everybody else. When has it always been everybody else's fault has really been the truth? When has that really been the true truth? When somebody starts screaming from the rooftop that everybody's lying about them, everybody, right? Come on. Come on. So let's read this. Today, co-anchor Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, still missing, and retired FBI agents slam crime scene mistakes made on day one. Again, while Sergeant David Stivers was running the investigation. He is now a lieutenant, and he has fully bungled 2 homicide investigations. Again, one where a murderer walked, and the charges were dropped against a murderer, a cold-blood murderer because of him. Then he was assigned to this case, and he bungled all of the evidence in this case. And I guarantee he probably wasn't written up for this case because he was promoted after he fucked up this case. He was promoted. How do you promote somebody unless it was intentional? Chris Nanos, did you intentionally tank Nancy Guthrie's case? I think it is a proper question to ask, because it almost seems intentional. Like, how do you take somebody that screwed up another homicide investigation, assign them to this investigation, have them screw up this investigation miraculously and magnificently, and then you promote them to a lieutenant? You don't fire them? Does that not sound very intentional on tanking a case? When you promote somebody for tanking the case, isn't that showing you wanted the case tanked? Because if this happened here in Manatee County, I have confidence that my sheriff, Sheriff Rick Wells, would have demoted or fired the agent, the investigator, not promoted him. Fired them or sent them for additional training. So how did he get promoted when he tanked 2 cases and allowed a murderer to walk? Is that promotion material? This is the pedigree of the law enforcement out there in Pima County. This is dangerous, folks. You guys are in danger. And the first person putting your life in danger is your own sheriff. So during an interview with Brian Enton Investigates on August 10th, the former special agent Maureen O'Connell sat down with News Nation's Brian Enton to discuss the case after investigators recently returned to Nancy's home. Do you think us being at this place now, more than 6 months later, where things feel like they're a bit of a standstill, goes back to mistakes made with the crime scene and the way that it was processed? Enton asked, do these issues now all go back to the way it was processed initially? ? To that, O'Connell admitted possibly, she added. I mean, the crime scene, if it was an FBI case initially and we saw that she was likely removed from the front of the house but intended to go out the back of the house, these pots would have been gone. The door handles would have been possibly gone. The mat, 100% would have been gone. So they would have taken all this. These people never took any of this. They never took the door handles. Oh my gosh. Breaking news, folks. They never took the freaking door handles. They never took the freaking door handles. What the flock? They never took the door handles. Oh my God. We didn't know that. They didn't take anything. This case is so bad, folks. Oh my gosh. We just found out another thing. The door handles. They never took any of the door handles. What the flock? The retired FBI agent continued, our crime scene yellow tape would have been, the street would have been blocked off because we would have been looking for tire impression, shoes. So they're saying they would have blocked that whole street off. Even though the original deputies pulled up because they thought it was a walk away and said they were not, and that was 90% of the case, what the cases are. These 90% of these cases is walkaways. So because it's 90% likely that this was a walkaway, they were just ready to dismiss this as a walkaway. That's such ignorant policing. Incompetent policing. Yep. Yeah, and to think, oh, all this blood out this front door has nothing to do why this lady is missing. I mean, you can't get stupider than that. And they promoted the jackass to a lieutenant. David Stivers, I'm just going to say you're a jackass. I'm sorry. Take offense to it. I don't give a crap. This was piss poor. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should have resigned. You shouldn't have allowed to be promoted. You should have resigned. That's what's so bad about the Good Old Boys Club. No matter what you do, no matter how bad you do it, you still get promoted. That is the scuzzy part of corruption right there. So who else is corrupted? David Stivers needs to be fired. Whoever takes over that sheriff's department, David Stivers should be the first person fired from that department. Literally the first person. Because there's a reason why he's being promoted while he's tanking all these cases. O'Connell explained that even if one or two cars had pulled up in the driveways, deputies should have shut down the crime scene to prevent potential evidence from becoming tainted. So they didn't do that. They just looked the whole area down, she stressed. That circled driveway in front should not have been accessible. There should not have been cars on that. You're looking very closely, I mean very closely, and with oblique lighting and everything else, trying to find any shoe impressions, any tire impressions, any evidence that people were walking around, any crushed grass below any windows on the entire circumference of the residence. You're looking for any broken glass, which I'm sure the initial deputies did, but this all has to be done by the crime scene team. So everybody screwed up this case, and everybody that's in the business knows that they screwed up this case. And then you got stupid ass nanos on TV trying to say, oh, we didn't do anything wrong. Finally, O'Connell said she believes the crime scene should have been 15 times bigger than it was, she added. 15 times bigger than it was. And we said that on this show right here, that their crime scene and their radius was entirely too small. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. They had no clue what the hell they were doing. And even when we, the people, were arguing with them at the time, guys, trust me, we all sent emails to this department telling them. And you know what Chris Nanos did? He said, how would they know? He didn't even consider, let's expand this out. You know, these people are worried about it. What could it hurt? No, instead, he wanted to justify and argue and debate why he made the decision instead of just an ounce of prevention. Right? An ounce of prevention. Now he's having to deal with a pound of cure, and guess what? A pound is not enough. He's an idiot. That's what you get when you hire a criminal to do a law enforcement job. Nancy, 84, was last seen in her Catalina Foothills home on the evening of January 31st, although investigators released footage of a masked suspect on Nancy's front porch and alleged ransom notes. No suspect has been named in the case. Savannah, meanwhile, is offering a $1 million reward for information leading to an arrest, and as you know, she has done her part. So as we go through this and we start hearing more articles coming out related to Miss Guthrie's case and all of the mistakes that happened, and we can agree that Maureen O'Connell hit these issues on the head, and we've all been screaming these things from the rooftop. But for whatever reason, Chris Nanos refuses to acknowledge that what we're saying is accurate. Our crime scene yellow tape would have been on the street. The streets would have been blocked. We would have had a crime scene 15 times larger. 15 times larger than what we do. And of course, you know, I kind of find it very interesting, and maybe it's just my little beef with the fact that I'm not really pleased with Savannah going back to work. Not that it's my decision, you know, who the hell am I, right? I'm Bullhorn Betty from Florida. I've got 250,000 people that follow me on various channels versus her. She's got 2 million, 2.5 million on one channel. Who's Betty compared to her, right? Nobody gives a crap. And in this realm of what I feel of her going back to work earlier than she should have. But at the end of the day, you know, it's frustrating that they're running the story, NBC's running the story on her mother, but won't let her speak of her mother. They'll write stuff in for other people that we think is pretty rude, but they won't let her speak on her mother. She's having to use her own platform to talk about her mother or anything that she wants to do related to her mother. Is that at her request, or is that at NBC's request? We really don't know, and I'm not going to speculate on either or. But I find it awfully funny that every other week she's taking off from the show. It seems like NBC did get the break that they've been pressuring her to take, right? They wanted her off the set. For whatever reason, NBC wanted her off the set. So she had to go find other things to do, and she decided to go and do a season of Wordle to get that all recorded because NBC just wanted her off the desk. Why? I don't know. They pressured her off until that lady was ready to frickin' go to a mental ward. NBC is a disgusting organization, and it's a shame that so many people support NBC on a regular. You guys watch their shows. You guys should be boycotting them. How dare them do this to a person going through all of this? And they did. And we pointed it out. We showed you exactly how it was done. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about what they did to this lady. They did do this. They did try to pressure her out of her position. They did make her almost have a nervous breakdown before she finally conceived and complied and decided to go overseas to do Wordle just to give them the frickin' desk back. It was disgusting. I hate NBC. I mean, they got the H word from Betty. I cannot believe that they did this. But then every time she comes back, she's like, oh, it's like a little party every time she comes back. So she leaves, she comes back, we have a party. She leaves, she comes back, we have a party. Oh, it's so good to be back. Oh, it's so good to be back. Oh, it's so good to be back. You know, I mean, how many times are we going to hear that after her mother's disappeared, how good it is to be back on set? I mean, you know, it's really starting to weigh on people out here that wake up every day wanting to know what's going on in Nancy Guthrie's world, if she's been found, if the assailants have been named, and we've got, you know, Savannah running all over the world and coming back to NBC and always having a party, being happy to be back on set. And many of us are just trying to figure out what the hell is going on with her mom. Meanwhile, she's throwing $1 million at the problem and traveling the world. We're all sitting down here trying to figure out what's going on. She's calling the sheriff to have people arrested in front of her mom's house advocating for her mother while she's traveling the world and being pressured out of her set. So I don't know what's going on with Savannah Guthrie, but my opinion of her has dwindled to probably an all-time low in this case. I have no faith that she's really doing anything to find her mother. Yeah, she's going to be out here just like the Proudfoot saying, oh, we're doing everything we can. We're searching. We're never going to stop searching for her. Well, I would just really like you to start searching for her so you cannot not stop searching for her. But it's kind of hard to say that you're searching for her when you're traveling to the UK, right? I didn't know your mom was over in Britain or England or wherever the hell you were whenever you were recording this Wordle, you know. We get maybe 1 or 2 little clips a month of her talking about her mother. That is about it. There's been no real push from her family. There's been no press conference with the family and all of the detectives and people in charge of the case giving us an update. There has been nothing. There has been nothing other than a sheriff saying the family has been cleared. But other than him saying that the family has been cleared, there's been nothing out there to prove the family has been cleared or that the sheriff even knows what he's talking about, because every time we come back here to talk about this case, the one thing that we learn about this case is that Chris Nanos doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Right? From literally out the gate, from moment one, when the investigators got this case, they have fouled this case up. And they've trampled all over the first 48 hours, making it next to impossible, making their job 80 million times harder than it was on January 31st. If they would have just followed proper procedures and protocols on February 1st, none of this would be going on right now. But they didn't. Because they were smarter than the evidence at the scene. They wanted to win. They didn't want to do their job. It's a Sunday. It's a quiet Sunday. Oh my gosh, why are we putting this much effort? We all know this lady just walked off. Listen, we hear all the time from the family that there's no way their family member walked off, and we all know damn good and well that this lady just wandered off. She's 84 years old, probably batshit crazy, and the family's in denial. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. We're the police. We deal with this all the time. She just wandered off. That's what it sounds like happened that Sunday. That's what it sounds like happened that Sunday. On Tuesday, August 11th, episode of NBC Morning News, Guthrie revealed she got unexpected message from Feldman this is her husband, after she heard her sneeze not once but twice live on air. The interruption came moments into today's 8 a.m. hour while anchor Craig Melvin was delivering a decidedly more serious piece of news about President Donald Trump reportedly using military jets to secretly leave Turkey amid threats. As Melvin detailed the reports with camera trained on him, 2 unmistakable sneezes from Guthrie could be heard off screen. Several minutes later, Melvin decided the incident warranted on-air explanation. Just a moment to clarify something that happened here on air a few moments ago. He began 5 minutes ago. I was sharing a story with you, and you probably heard something that smelled like a sneeze. It was, in fact, not 1 but 2 sneezes from Savannah Guthrie. It was a doubler. Guthrie, 54, joked. Melvin, 47, then claimed he had managed to clean off his shoulder following the seize, prompting an immediate protest from his anchor. So they were having a lot of fun on air, and we want it to be fun, but we also want her mother to be front and center, since she's supposed to be front and center in her life. And I feel like at times, Savannah Guthrie is so used to living her life without her mother that it's just easier for her to go on without her mother. And occasionally when she comes up for air, she may dote or remember on her mother, but I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that this family has more resources than many of our families do, and they're just in a remarkable position that 99.9% of our other families are not in, and they just squander it. They squander the power they have. They squander the resources they have. They squander everything. They take it all for granted. And the regular people out here, the average Joes out here that come to my show every day, they get annoyed with that. Because we have a lot of people out here that are missing that would have loved to have these resources. Look at Seth Rogers. You don't think Seth Rogers would like to have the entire federal government searching for his son? He doesn't get it like that. This family did. And instead of capitalizing on it, instead of utilizing it and making it and multiplying those things, they sit on the sidelines and do squat. It's annoying. It's annoying for me. So I know if I'm annoyed with it, I know it's annoying my audience.
Six-month milestone. A lot of people want to check back in on this case. Let me start first with Savannah's message that she posted earlier this week. Did you have any indication that was coming?
No, Savannah's being handled by the FBI, and she, as you know, she's made a number of these pleas for help, and we support that. That's we can't emphasize enough, right?
We're going to take just a little bit of a break. Guys, this is the full interview. I was complaining yesterday that we did not have this full interview out. We officially have the full interview out. So I just realized I have the full interview right here, which reminds me, I'm not going to download it right now. But let me do this full interview, full 731 interview. Full 731 26 interview. Okay. Let's save that. So let's take just a 2-minute break. I've got to use, we're at like an hour, already over an hour. I've already been drinking coffee, but this is going to take us another hour and a half before we're going to be taking another break. So let's go ahead and just take a 2-minute break right now. Grab yourself a beverage. Get comfortable. And we'll be back here in just 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. As you guys can see, this is a 30-minute interview. So when we come back here, we're going to listen to it. So go grab your beverage. Good gracious. I need to breathe when I'm talking. I always forget to breathe. It's my biggest downfall. So let's go. We'll take us a few moments and then we'll be right back. So go read the Substack if you need to. If you don't want to take a break, we'll be right back. You'll hear me probably less than 2 minutes. We're back, Jack. Okay, let's get on with this. And then I'm gonna get this going.
Somebody out there knows something, and we need that knowledge if we want to solve this case. We know it's out there. We know somebody knows something. So just like Savannah, we're saying the same thing. And the whole family. If you know something, call us.
When's the last time you talked to the family?
It's been a while for me. Savannah doesn't deal directly with me. She has a team of investigators, like I say, that she deals with. But she has my number. She contacts me from time to time. Could be a text message, could be a phone call. She knows any time of day or night I'm there.
She's got his number.
It's been a little while, you said, probably weeks, months.
Yeah, there's no, trust me, the entire family is upset by this. I think they all have my...
We have 300 and some odd people in chat. I'm going to put this to a poll. How many people trust Chris Nanos? If you trust Chris Nanos, put a 1 in the chat. If you do not trust this Yahoo, put a 2 in the chat. 1, you trust him. 2, you don't. 1, you trust him. 2, you don't. It's sadly been normal life out here, too. Why? It's not Fort Knox locked up in the hood. In my opinion, we know who done it. People aren't afraid. Porch guy is going to come back, like Nano said, because in my opinion, they aren't home. Ooh. Gotcha. So, oops, let me try it. There we go. So we got 2s. We got a lot of 2s. Wow, she doesn't call every week. Interesting. 0% confidence. 0% confidence vote. There is not one person that even gave him a sympathy 1. None of you guys believe this man. I don't blame you. I truly don't blame you. I don't blame you guys at all. Not one. Not a 1, folks. Holy smokes. Nobody's going to give this man just a sympathy? A sympathy 1? Nobody? No. Arizona Raven doubled down. Well, she quadrupled, a million times down. 2. I bet you if she would have kept putting 2 in there, she could have kept running. Good morning. Morning. If you trust him, you may as well be committed. You need a psych eval. Not a name 1. Nobody. Not one of you. Just freaking kidding, too. Pretty Little Clue says, nope, not even a half. Oh, my goodness. Well, this should show you guys right here. None of us. And you know what? There's some trolls watching us right now, and you're telling me none of us believe this man. None of us. Wow. That's hard to do. That's hard to do on these streets. I'm telling you. It's hard to do. It is hard to do. So nobody trusts him. Wow.
My number, but they also have a team of investigators who work close with them.
Yeah, I think a lot of us who are, and I know you're hopeful in this case as well, but a lot of us who are hopeful, you see a video get posted like that, and
Oh, this is
us who are
not.
outside of the loop and just armchair quarterbacks start.
This is not the one I wanted. This is not the interview I wanted. This is another interview we haven't gone over. There's still another interview out that I want the entire interview. This is not it.
Thinking, well, maybe this is a sign there is a new lead, or there's something that the family has reason to believe someone is listening. Do you have any indication that may be the case?
You know, the family gets to speak and use the media as I do, and we're very grateful for the media. But no, as far as I think her plea is just that. It's very emotional, as one would expect, and it's very genuine. She just wants her
Claudia,
mom back.
Heather,
The whole family wants her mom back.
Marissa,
Are there any fresh leads since we last spoke?
Jump
You know,
AZ.
we
Nice to
we
see you,
continue to get leads. We can continue to get tips, but we also continue to encourage people to call that tip line, to call in any information, because we always say nothing is too small. Don't dismiss something that you think, oh, it's not that big a deal. Call us with it. Allow us to look at it, because there's so much information.
Like I'm listening to, if you think something you don't know, just call us. Just call us. You're the ones that decided to leave a mat, foliage, the bracket, not even dust for prints on the outside of a home where an assailant was standing. And you want us, the smallest little detail, you want to handle it? Well, we gave you the smallest little detail and you fumbled it. So I'm a little confused.
It's not just DNA, and it's not just digital video information, or it is tips. And sometimes somebody might call and say, "Hey, I saw a red
Claudia,
car," and they might dismiss
great
that.
visit.
And it may not mean much to us at that moment in time, but all of that information is cataloged, compartmentalized, and then at some point in time, maybe we'll find the individual we're looking for, and guess what? Maybe he's got a red car. Now we can go back with that information and look at it and research it. So that's why I say it's important to understand all of these investigations. They're very similar in the manner in which they're conducted. This one is no different. But the information, the amount of it, is critical to us.
And that information, I imagine, is slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I think it ebbs and flows. You know, as something develops, there's more. Something like this, hopefully, will generate a little more information and intelligence. I mean, I think that's, I won't speak for the family, but I'm pretty sure that's what they're hoping, is that, hey, we're out here. We still are here. We need you to call with some information for us, to let us know what is going on. Where is Nancy?
You know, I don't know how the definition works, but is this something that's considered a cold case now?
No, not at all. So when I think of a cold case, and we have a cold case squad, a unit of men and women who look up. We just solved one 50-year-old case. I mean, they're very cold. But when I think of a cold case, for me the definition is you have nothing else. I don't have any DNA to look at. I have no fingerprints. I have no video to do anything. I'm not receiving tips, and we're not even close to that. We have so much evidence in front of us that needs to be looked at, sorted at, and people still need to be talked to.
There is more DNA, I know, to be tested. Is that fair, or is
People still need to be talked to, he said. People still need to be talked to. So even 6 months into this case, we still haven't talked to everybody that needs to be talked to. I find that pretty interesting. Pretty interesting statements, pretty interesting factors that were here. Who else needs to be talked to that has not been talked to yet? Very interested with that statement.
What I would tell you about the DNA is simply this. We recovered a lot of DNA at that home.
Thank you, Yo-Yo
and all
Mama
of it is
Yo.
still being analyzed, and we continue to analyze it. And we.
Thank you, because I'm a love machine. Ow! Welcome to this crazy family we call the Coffee Club, i.e. the Insane Asylum. Grab your straitjacket and your padded room and welcome aboard. And that went to 5-star, so welcome 5-star. Welcome to this crazy family.
It's okay, I guess I wasn't meant to have a good life.
Just saying.
The labs, excuse me if you would, but they're scientists, right? And they're following the laws of science, the rules of science, just like we have rules of evidence that give us guardrails so that we can stay within our lanes and not deviate one way or the other. It keeps us out of trouble, making that wrongful arrest, right? And it also allows.
Well, why don't we start here, Chris? Chris, pump the brakes, right, pump the brakes. Maybe let's just start with the car. Maybe just give us a hint on what was being driven that night. There was something parked in this lady's driveway. Why has the law enforcement not looked into those critical factors? I bet they have. Because remember, they withheld these other videos from us. They withheld the fact that the hair was inconclusive and had no results for almost 60 days before they released it to the public. So at this point, and I've said this many times, one, I believe they've already got the guy's name, whether they know it or not. I believe at this point, it seems to me like everybody knows something they're not saying. Like, I feel like Savannah was speaking to somebody specifically, that you know, whether she knew who she was speaking to or not, it seems like when she put that last statement out, she was speaking to somebody. She made very specific statements about a person, about something that a person went through, about them not having, you know, life giving them basically lemons. I don't remember the word she used. I will remember it probably by the end of the show. But at the end of the day, she talked about like she knew this person had a rough life and everything was kind of against them. I don't know what that meant, but it seemed to me one thing that I had picked up on was she talking to a specific person? And as I was reading it live here for the first time, I even said, doesn't it sound like she's actually speaking to somebody more specific than ever before? And oh, you're welcome yeah, there it is. Yo mama yo. Thank you. Oh, that was really sweet. So I don't know. It seems a little hinky, is all I'm saying.
More importantly, those we are working with, those we are dealing with, whether you be a victim or a suspect, it allows for fairness to be applied to
Lazy
all
days.
that is there visible. So our guardrails tell us rights, constitutional rights, laws, governing of evidence, all of those things, we have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, you don't.
Just with DNA is the same thing. They have, those scientists have guardrails too.
Thank you,
to
Christy.
maintain the credibility of that science. And you know, we all could think of cases where, oh, we arrested somebody and locked them away for years, and then all of a sudden DNA came out and said,
Nobody.
you got the wrong guy.
Nobody, Terry.
God forbid that ever happens, but it does. We know it. So that's what those are for. I wish sometimes that, no, we don't need, but no, trust me, you need those guardrails. It keeps us all safe. It keeps us all secure, and it keeps the investigation credible.
Those guardrails were failed in this case. Those policies and procedures, the protocols, those were all went by the wayside in this case because an incompetent and inexperienced law enforcement agent thought that the blood dripping outside of the door had nothing to do with this missing lady, and thought this missing lady had just wandered off, even though she couldn't walk more than 50 feet and she had no cane. We're learning that the cane is at the house. So if she had no cane, how did she walk more than 50 yards off this property? She would have never made it off the property if she had wandered off on her own. She wouldn't have physically been able to do it.
This is all said and done, someday I hope to be able to sit down with you and explain to you more.
Exploring with Jim is back in Tucson looking for her.
But right now, our DNA is being analyzed by labs all across this country. Those labs talk to one another. Just as my detectives talk to other detectives or other agencies, FBI, DEA, whatever, those labs, they stay on top of that technology. Hey, there's a lab over here that's on a new proven grounds of this, or there's somebody over here who's really done something spectacular with.
And you notice that this is a total flip-flop from what he originally said. When law enforcement, when the FBI started leaking, and there was a news cycle early on about them withholding evidentiary stuff from the FBI, he's like, oh, no, I'm not. We decided, we thought it was best to keep all of the evidence in one lab, and only one lab, and we decided as a group to send it to Florida. And we're all like, well, it's going to delay. No, it's not. They are going to be processing it no different than Quantico. And then we're like, no, they're going to delay this. And what ended up happening? 2 months later, we ended up starting to disperse the evidence from the Florida lab to all of these other labs. 2 months later, we lost an entire 2 months over that decision, and Chris Nanos refuses to acknowledge that he made this decision. He refuses to acknowledge it was a poor and terrible decision, and he's acting like this was his idea the whole time, to send it to all these different labs, knowing damn good and well what he had said early on when he intentionally and willfully kept the FBI out of the case.
Genealogy, whatever it is, but those individuals, those scientists, they are key, they are vital to us to be in contact with daily and see what else we can do to help them help us.
Where were the most beneficial pieces of DNA found inside the home?
I can't go into that with you, I'm sorry. It's just, that's all part of the integrity of the case.
Can I just, and this is just as a layman, again, I'm not a law enforcement officer, I haven't been a part of these investigations, but on the outside looking in, we're 6 months out. Why can't we go in? Why can't we hear everything you know right now?
So let me give you an example, because this isn't new to this case. This is how law enforcement works. This is how criminal investigation works.
It's hard, Ty.
Maybe I'm investigating it.
Listen, if I gotta do it, so do you, okay? There's nobody more annoyed by this voice than me. Did you email the AG? I did not email the AG. Not yet. I have not emailed the AG.
Homicide scene. And the individual was stabbed. But nobody knows that. And you come in and you try to say, yeah, I saw it happen. My friend over here, he shot him. We know that that's not what happened. So pieces of information.
It's funny how he uses the stabbing as the analogy. Does anybody find that interesting? I find that interesting. And I find that interesting because of this statement in his latest media release. In his latest media release, well, under this second section, which is down here at the bottom, we're asking the public to continue continued assistance and are confident that we can further efforts. We know there are individuals familiar with the unidentified male who may have observed changes in his behavior. And they keep saying his, they emphasize his. They have his all the way around. So I know that this person is a male. In his behavior, because they could have said their behavior, or they could have, but they're making sure it's a singular person. And I think that that's interesting because there's a lot of people that believe there are multiple people, and I believe that there has to be at least a secondary person because it looks like he's got a walkie-talkie in his pocket. So, who observed changes in his or her appearance around the time frame of the video. And then one of the items that they've listed is in an unexplained injuries category, which is like the third one under here. The first one is mood and display of anxiety, nervousness, or irritability. That would be a number one very obvious change in somebody that's noticeable by a lot of different people. Change in the physical appearance, hair color, cut or grow out hair, removal of facial hair, etc. Like Luke Daly, that goes there. Unexplained injuries on hands, bruises during the period of time Nancy was last seen. And this is Luke Daly all day long. But it still comes down to this cut on hands. And then, of course, Chris Nanos talking about, where's my video? Is it people? No, it's right here. talking about, stabbings. And I thought that was pretty interesting that he used stabbings and shootings in this particular example. It's just something that I haven't, like, there's things that are that we're not being told. Like, they're telling us part of it to distract us, but not telling us other things. For example, we do have genetic genealogy, investigative genetic genealogy going on right now in this case. In order for us to have investigative genetic genealogy, that means there is a profile. Yet we have heard nobody talk about a profile hit of any kind in this case. But they're always talking about the investigative genetic genealogy people are working on this case right now. In order for them to be working on this case right now, they would have to have a profile to work with, because investigative genetic genealogy works no other way. You have to have an SNP profile, a SNAP profile, to put in their system to start comparing those to people to find out. And they've already excluded some people. So what is that telling us? If they've already excluded some people through this process, well, we have a profile we're working with. They're not telling us that there is a profile. There is a hit that came back that is not hitting in CODIS, because if it was hitting in CODIS, we wouldn't need the investigative genetic genealogists. And we have an investigative genetic genealogist on this case already excluding people. We have a profile, folks. There's no possibility of us not having a completed or full profile of someone. I bet they have a profile. Yeah, Jump. I think they do. I think they have to. How else can we explain a genetic genealogist? Somebody give me another, if there's any other way an investigative genetic genealogist could be involved in this case, or excluding people without having a profile, please tell me how, because I've looked, I don't know much about investigative genetic genealogy, but the one thing I have learned from everything, as ignorant as I am, the one thing I know for a fact is they have to have a profile in order to even start working. Yes, all 5 labs are working the profile. Well, they have to have a profile in order for genetic genealogy to be involved. I think they know at least one perp, but want to get the evidence stacked up. That might be it.
That are sensitive to the case, that only the individuals involved would actually know, we have to keep those safeguarded. Because when it does come time to maybe take a confession or maybe make an arrest, we know what we know, and we know what that individual knows. We just can't, just like your media. Your media has evolved. You're a very young man. But it's evolved quite rapidly. I mean, went from our big 3, right? ABC, CBS, NBC, all to now it's, well, right here in my own office. We used to just send out media alerts to, I don't know, a dozen different media outfits. This happened and we went from a dozen to 410 overnight.
410 overnight, and I'm part of that media pool, because when they sent out this media, I got the email as well. So I'm part of that 410 independent journalists that they're sending this stuff out to. So just FYI, we are here. It has evolved, and I've been talking about the evolution of news now for 5 years on this specific platform.
So it is a different world for the media. I get it. It's that information's out there. You have a very important job. There is no doubt. I can't do my job without you. Our relationship needs to exist because.
But what you need to understand, Chris Nanos, is you can't dictate what comes out of people's mouth. And 86ing somebody like Brian Enton just makes you look like an asshole. I'm just going to let you know. Speak to Brian Enton. Because I'm telling you, if I come out there and I'm protesting your office, I'm going to be smearing you with this for everybody to see. Because if I come out there, I'm bringing my Bullhorn, or I'm buying one there. If I can't afford to fly it on the aircraft, I'll buy one there. But that's nonsense. You only speak to people that don't criticize you, that don't question you or hold your feet to the fire. Brian Enton is literally the gold standard of news, but you want to go with all these bozos. Just saying. It makes you look like shit as a sheriff. It makes you look like a coward.
Yes, although sometimes I'm guarded with information, I know that I give interviews and I'm stumbling about what to say or not say, and people say, oh, look at this. It has to do with, I really have to be careful. I want you, the media, because you are my go-to guy to get to the public and the community. I want you to understand and know that this case is being worked hard every day, but so is every case. I think if you talk to the...
I can guarantee this case does not need to be worked as hard as it's being worked right now if they would have done their job beyond expectation at the beginning. We would be so much further, and that's what the complaint has been from the very beginning. And every time we tried to express this to the sheriff, he would have something snarky to say about how uneducated we are in the law. You know? And at the end of the day, we've brought all of these things up to the sheriff, multiple people at the beginning of this case, and he basically told us to get bent. And now he's having to pay the price for it. Had he just opened his freaking ears and listened and applied some of those standards, those proper standards to this case, we would be further along. But he was too arrogant to take suggestions and criticism and ended up saying, I'm the sheriff and it's going to be my way over the highway. Well, now you got the highway, brother. Now you got the highway because you're fired. You're fired. You're just a placeholder right now. All you are literally is just something holding paper down. That's it. That's all the whole world looks at you as, a paper holder.
Phoenix Police Department or Maricopa County, any agency, they're going to tell you the same. We get a call and we take it very serious. It could be a homicide. It could be a shoplifter. We take it serious. That case is important to us, and it's important we do it right so that it does get before a court, and the court can sit down and know that everything was safeguarded. Everything was done to protect not just the victim, but the suspect as well.
What have we in the media or the public at large gotten wrong in this? What are we missing?
Oh, I don't know that you've got anything wrong. I think, my personal opinion is would be all...
Oh, so we haven't gotten anything wrong. I thought we shouldn't be listening to those sleazy armchair detective, independent wannabe journalist people out there in the ether. Is that not the case? Is that not the case, Chris Nanos? Now we're changing. We're flip-flopping on that too? Yeah, he's a paperweight. That's all he is a paperweight.
The place for you, so we won't go there. What I would tell you is simply this: you guys are valuable to us. We know that, every day somebody would want information if they could get it, and I know that sometimes it's frustrating when the sheriff says, "We're not talking to you right now," because it also makes no sense to come out every day and say the same thing. We don't have anything new. In this instance,
okay. Hopefully somebody from Pima County is watching the Bullhorn Buddy channel. If not, then somebody needs to clip this right here and send it to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. So how we handle the masses of media. This has been the juggling that law enforcement just can't do. They cannot walk and chew gum. Okay. Let me tell, if anybody's from law enforcement watching this show, let me tell you how you handle us. It's very, very simple. Very, very easy to do, too. Doesn't take a lot of energy. It's actually low energy work that has the biggest impact and that keeps your case on track. You're never going to be able to control all the people and what they say. They're just some idiots out here on these streets that don't understand. They're stupid, okay? These people are, usually barely even scratch a high school education, are felons, drug addicts, alcoholics, whatever, just need clicks and views, just need money, right? That's all they're here for. They're here to do something, to get some type of money to feed their fix, okay? So we're never going to be able to fix those people or commentary. But there's the rest of us out here. We want the truth, right? So you're never going to fix those. But how you handle the masses, the regular, true crime content creator, genre, independent journalist, the whole gamut, everybody, the community, right? The true crime community. It's very easy. Very easy. You send out, he knows obviously how to send out news releases, right? He did a media release on July 31st. He knows how to do it. All you do is every other day, you just change how many leads you guys have, how many detectives are on it. Insignificant information. Okay? Insignificant information. This is something that you assign to your public information officer. Okay? This is something you don't even handle. You assign it to somebody else. They take the reins. They do it. And you just give them little updates, like little nuggets of information. For example, you want to tell them how many leads. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to the Idaho 4. I think the Idaho 4 from the university, how they handled the public every day with a press release dated saying nothing has changed, or if something has changed. If something has changed, it was here. The only thing on some of those days that changed was just the amount of leads that they've covered. And they sent out the same press release every day, and at the very top everything would still be in category, the proper category. So they just added to the press release, right? And so they'd put another entry on the press release and send out the whole press release again. So a one-page press release, by the time we started getting down 5 weeks later, was now about a 2 to 3 page press release, because all they did was just add the new information on it with the date. And sometimes those things would only be this big. But it gave us something to talk about every single day. And it was structured commentary. And it was and this was the beauty of it. They were smart enough to give us tidbits of information on stuff they wanted us to talk about on the internet. So I'm all about looking at strategy. I'm all about looking at the science and stuff behind certain things. And I look back on the Idaho 4 case, not necessarily to talk about that case anymore, because I just want it to not necessarily go away, but I just am sick and tired of talking about Brian Kohberger. I think Brian Kohberger needs to crawl under a rock and just die. But, at the end of the day, I go back to that case and look at what was done right. And there was some chaos going on in that case as well, that they could not, no matter how much information they gave us, would never stop that. And that's those people that just need the clicks and the views. They will come up with any salacious commentary that they can talk about just to get that click and the view. And it's sad. There's nothing we can do about it. But for the rest of us then be smarter than us. If you want us not to be going on left fields, then you keep those guardrails for the people. And if you, as a government agency and a law enforcement, do these small little strategies, you'll find out that you can contain the masses a lot more than calling them pieces of shit and to get away that they don't have anything to say or do and they're just a problem. That's never going to be a winning argument when we're as large and as powerful as we are. So you got to be smarter than that. That is not a winning argument, and I keep saying it over and over again, but nobody listens. And week after week, we have law enforcement across this thing. I just wish social media. It's always about social media. Well, quit complaining about it and do something about it. We're not going anywhere. But it's starting to get so annoying that every time we turn around, it's always social media. It's never their fault, right? At the end of the day, we're here. We have a right to be here. We have a constitutional right to be here. And we're never going to fix the problems on social media. But the ones that want to do better, give them an opportunity to do better, right? This is something where the public information officers can really excel and keep people kind of with their guardrails on and keep them talking about what you want them to talk about. That was what was so beautiful about the Idaho 4. Every single day they sent out an update or a news release. They always put information that they wanted the public to be talking about. And guess what? We all talked about what they wanted us to talk about. So be smarter than social media, but quit complaining about it. There's strategies to be had that law enforcement can use that will make their lives literally so much better in these type of high profile cases. But you know what the first thing is? The first thing is reaching out to a content creator, a seasoned content creator like Bullhorn Betty, to find out what you can do to keep people talking and keep the guardrails up. People like me want to work with law enforcement. We want to be a positive addition. What you're doing right now is making it much more negative, and it's causing people to do things to prove to you we have a right to be here. So if you acknowledge we have a right to be here, we acknowledge that there are things that need to be had and said, and come up with a strategy that might work for everybody, that would be probably the best strategy of all, than constantly complaining about social media. Okay, I'm just saying, there's a lot of things that we can do better on both sides of the aisle.
Today, being that it is 6 months, I have to kind of consider that I do have community and the family as well to consider, neighborhood to consider, and even the nation, that this case has drawn great interest. We understand that.
Yes,
We've
it has.
seen that before. So
Not
I
like
think it's
this.
only appropriate that the sheriff makes himself available. I wish I had new information for you. I wish I could say, oh, we just
Make
found out.
himself available. Make himself available. Another liar, pants on fire, because he just does not know how not to lie.
You're a liar!
Because if he made himself available, the times that Brian Enton has been asking him, and the reason why I'm pushing for Brian Enton is because I trust Brian Enton, okay? I know the what we're getting. Thank you, Let Them 66. Much loves and hugs to all. Happy Wednesday. Thank you. Happy hump day to you. Did I read yours, Lisa? I don't think I saw yours, but I didn't think I read it. So, be a love, a heart, tap the thumbs up it. Please, it's free. Be a love. Tap the thumbs up, please. It's free. Thank you. And we do need to tap the thumbs up. We have 320 people in chat and not near enough thumbs up. So if you guys are on the replay crew, please, please, please hit that thumbs up. That's how we keep these lights on. Share, hype, subscribe, whatever. We do go through these cases. We feel we have a good handle on what's going on in this case and what's not going on in this case. And we come here each and every day and we try to find some other information. And occasionally the cases don't have enough information to talk about, so we incorporate another case. And I've decided to incorporate Jack and Lily's case into this, and we're going to get into Daniel Martel's conversations here in a little bit. And that's another case where, you know, we have media and social media and that, and Canada's having to work with all of us Americans, you know, all up in their case, and they don't seem to be beating the crap out of social media, even though we're handling the case no differently than an American case, but we're getting a lot more information from the Canadian police, and we're being treated a lot better from the Canadian police. So I'm just saying there's better ways to get things done.
The DNA did this for us, or that this video found. What you have to think about is the day the video came out with the masked man, we got that in within an hour, less than an hour. We put that out to everybody because it's critical. Again, it's my using the media. Anybody see this guy? Anybody recognize? Anybody know? It will happen that way again. Should anything critical come, we will be calling you. We will be letting you know this is where we're at. Today, it's just, we're 6 months in. It's not that, oh, they don't have anything new, they don't have, I don't look at it that way. I look at it in a way that says, are we still working? You asked the question.
He just admitted it, guys. Did you guys just hear that? Chris Nanos just admitted they have nothing. Did you guys just hear that? Breaking news. Breaking news. Chris Nanos just admitted he has nothing. Chris Nanos has just admitted he has nothing. No, we're going to bring this back. No, we're going to bring this back. Let's listen to that again.
And say the same thing. We don't have anything new. In this instance, today, being that it is 6 months, I have to kind of consider that I do have community and the family as well to consider, neighborhood to consider, and even the nation, that this case has drawn great interest. We understand that. We've seen that before.
Okay, I don't remember where it was when we saw this. Let me just keep listening. Well, when you do a crap job, yeah, that's it. With the investigation, you don't do it right. You end up with nothing. I think you just admitted that. What time did you go live yesterday afternoon? I missed the live and would like to rewatch it. Oh, it's there should be only 2 from yesterday. I can't remember what time we went live yesterday. It wasn't I can't remember. But it was the one, if you go over to my live, like when you go to my channel, it has video shorts and then live streams. Go to live streams. It's not this one. It's the one, it's the one right under this one. That was from yesterday afternoon. I only had 2 from yesterday.
So I think it's only appropriate that the sheriff makes himself available. I wish I had new information for you. I wish I could say, oh, we just found out that
Oh, I went
DNA
too
did
far
this for
back.
us.
I
Or
went like almost a minute back. I'm sorry. That's what I did. Okay. So we should be coming up in another 45 seconds, I think, is where he admits that they have nothing in this case.
that this video was found. What you have to think about is the day the video came out with the masked man, we got that in within an hour, less than an hour. We put that out.
But that's not what they do with the information now. Because even the hair, even all the information that was just bombshell information, the information that he put in this media release right here. This media release right here. They had all of this information 60 days before they released this on the 6-month mark. Don't you think this information would have been good to the public 6 months, or excuse me, 60 days prior to this? Giving us an additional 60 days to review and look at this, even the ransom notes and stuff like that. 24 Rosens, in my opinion, he is covering up for the fam. It's possible. People keep circling back to the family. I mean, this does feel ultra personal. There's no disputing that. It feels personal. It feels personal.
To everybody, because it's critical. Again, it's my using the media. Anybody see this guy? Anybody recognize? Anybody know? It will happen that way again. Should anything critical come, we will be calling you. We will be letting you know.
Hey, Crystal.
This is where we're at.
Nice to see you,
Today,
Lazy Days.
it's just, we're 6 months in.
Maury?
It's not that, oh, they don't have anything new. They don't have, I don't look at it that way. I look at it in a way that says, are we still working? You ask the question, is this case cold?
Here it is.
My detectives will tell you, it is not cold. They have a lot of work ahead of them. They have a lot of hopes that the leads and the evidence they have in front of them will lead them further. And I'm not going to quelch that. I meet with them weekly, if not daily.
I think
And to
that's
be very
where it was.
honest, they have a lot of work ahead of them. They have a lot of hope. No, it will happen that way again.
I
Should
want to find this
anything
one
critical
spot.
come, we will be calling you. We will be letting you know. This is where we're at. Today, it's just, we're 6 months in. It's not that, oh, they don't have anything new. They don't have, I don't look at it that way.
I don't want to look at it that way. I don't want to look at it that way.
I look at it in a way that says, are we still working?
Are we still working? Not whether we have anything. I think he just admitted we have nothing in this case, folks. Let's listen to that again. Let me back it up just another. No, I went the wrong way. There we go.
To everybody, because it's critical. Again, it's my using the media. Anybody see this guy? Anybody recognize?
went too far
Anybody
back.
know? It will happen that way again. Should anything critical come, we will be calling you.
Okay, it's
We
coming
will
up
be
right
letting
now.
You know. This is where we're at. Today, it's just, we're 6 months in. It's not that, oh, they don't have anything new. They don't have, I don't look at it that way.
I don't want to look at it that way.
I look at it in a way that says, are we still working?
So are we still working? So I think he just did everybody take that as I believe he is Blank, you are really trying my patience. I have given you every single bit. I guess the only thing that you're going to listen to is a court order. So I want to make sure that this is clear. I don't want Blank Screen reaching out to me. I don't want him in my chat. And I don't want him creating lies and harassment against me on his channel. And I'm going to be sending out, I can't send out a cease and desist letter because I don't know where this guy is. I just got thousands of emails that is going to be attached to a lawsuit. And as a matter of fact, I can't do it today and this week, but by Monday morning, this weekend, we're going to be working on the lawsuit against you, Blank Screen. Okay? So I know you think it's funny and everything like that, but I don't think you're going to think it's funny when we start getting into this, but we're about to dance. And I didn't want to do this. I have tried my hardest just to let you move on. And you clearly won't move on. And you have decided to go down this road despite years of effort to try to just get you to stop. So I think it's time. And I think it's time for you to be held accountable for your behavior. I think it's time to unmask you. I think it's time for the world to find out who you are, who is doing all this damage, and who's the drug addict behind the pills, right? So I think it's time to unmask you so people know exactly who you are and why you, and I think it's time for you to explain to a judge why you won't leave me alone. So there's no possibility of you saying I haven't given you every opportunity to stop. I have, and you refuse to. And you know, last month I put over $400 aside just to take you to court if you didn't stop. And so now you're here again, and you keep trying to push the issue. Do you think that people are going to support you when I come after you for a lawsuit after everything? It looks like they're tired of taking care of you scammers. It sounds like a lot of audiences getting sick and tired of taking care of you scammers. So you're not going to be able to scam for lawsuit money. They're done. So if that's what you're trying to do so you can go pop your pills, I hate to tell you, your audience is not going to help you. You're going to have to deal with all of this yourself. So you better think very, very, very strongly about whether you truly want to step in this shit or not. But I am truly done with you. I've done everything I can for you, Blank. You won't leave me alone. The only thing I've got left is court intervention. It's not that I want to go to court. It's not that I want to unmask you. I want you to leave me the fuck alone. But you won't do it. So tell me what you expect me to do at this point. I have no other choice now. You're forcing my hand. You're forcing my hand. So the hand's been forced. You've had every opportunity. You won't listen. You won't take a hint. Fine. If you want to spend the lawyer money, this is what you want when you can't even buy your damn pills? Okay, fine. Your wish is my command.
Ask the question. Is this case cold? My detectives will tell you it is not cold. They have a lot of work ahead of them. They have a lot of hopes that the leads and the evidence they have in front of them will lead them further. And I'm not going to quelch that. I meet with them weekly, if not daily. And to be very honest with you, when they talk of DNA or other things, I am just so impressed that they have that kind of knowledge and that capability and their skill sets. But I'm not meeting with them because I've got such great answers for them. I'm meeting with them to evaluate how are they doing as a team, because this is tough on them. It's tough.
So you got Tweedledee evaluating Tweedledum? Yeah, Chris Nanos, maybe you should, I don't know, retire. Any of my buttons work anymore on this machine? Jesus. Excuse my language. I shouldn't have said that. Jeebus.
On the neighbors, it's tough on the family. It's tough on this sheriff. It is tough on my investigators and the FBI. And I want to make sure, are they getting all the support they need? Are they getting the tools and equipment and anything they need? Is it there for them? But more importantly, I look to see, are they still in the game? Do they slouch their shoulders? Do they feel defeated? That's the furthest thing I see with these young men.
I don't believe jack shit you're saying, because you assigned to lieutenant, now lieutenant, used to be Sergeant David Stivers, that was written up for botching evidence in a case, he should have a Brady hearing. That's what he should have. He should have a Brady hearing. Why have they not brought Dave Stivers to before Brady, up on Brady charges? I would like to know. I truly would like to know. So I am trying to figure out why somebody that has no homicide experience, that has bungled 2 homicide investigations, one of which is ongoing, another one which the murderer got to walk free and clear, and how the hell that is promotion material to a lieutenant in the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I just want somebody to explain that to me, because I don't get that. That's just something I don't understand with this whole David Stivers, issue.
Women, they are on fire. They're charged up.
You mentioned the FBI and the video that was released. Obviously, you're aware of what Director Patel said about there being I think he said a 4-day delay that he thought may have cost them video evidence.
I counted about 3.
Is that accurate?
A 3-day delay.
No, and I'm going to ask you, I'm going to plead with you, because I've seen some.
I believe there was over 48 hours, 72 hours. I think it was right around that, between 48 and 72 hours they were put on the sidelines. There's nothing that Chris Nanos is going to be able to tell me that's going to change my opinion. This old man was a cop. His detective was a flop with a pool guy Gardner pizza on the porch. All the evidence, oh so torched. That is good, Stevie. That is good. That was good. That was worth an applause. Way to go, Stevie. Way to go, Stevie.
The reports here even recently. I don't know how to get it out to you, other than to say that what I've told everybody, and then they take snippets. Director Patel leads a very large organization. I lead a large organization. There's 1,500 employees.
This man so tries to compare himself to. This is the second interview that he tries to compare himself to the likes of Kash Patel. Dude, you are like the bubble gum on his shoe that his assistant's going to be scraping off and throwing in the garbage. Just in case you didn't know, Chris Nanos thought I'd fill you in.
And I understand that information flows up to me through a chain of command, and it's filtered. It's not because somebody's trying to hide something or is being nefarious. There's no real intention. It just happens. It's human nature. And
where's our grammar police? I say plethora, and they're like, oh, it's plethora, and I was like, that's what I said. Oh no, you said plethora. It's plethora, and I'm like. And he says nefarious. What the hell is a nefarious? Okay? I'm from Florida. We call it nefarious. What is nefarious? Where's our grammar police? Where's all the people that like to correct Betty? I'm just, thought I'd throw that out there, Where's the grammar police? Woo, 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 woo.
What?
Just saying. Where's the grammar police when you need them? I'm just saying.
As that information gets to me, sometimes it's just not accurate. I don't know. I think early on, Director Patel got information, and it was just misleading. It was not accurate information.
So why would local law enforcement, local FBI agents be filling him in on this inaccurate information, Chris Nanos? If you're working so well with the local agents that are feeding this information up to him, then why would they be feeding this information up to him? That makes absolutely no sense. None whatsoever.
So I would say that anytime, Director Patel, I've never met him. Everybody's all over, oh, he's never talked to this. That bad director's got a busy job. I do too.
You are not a Kash Patel, Chris. You're a criminal sheriff, okay? That should have never been in this position to lead. And you clearly don't know what the hell you're doing because you've been a criminal for 40 years and lied about it for 40 years. So I guess that's why we have some agree to disagree moments.
But my doors are always open to him and anybody in the FBI. I'm sure he would tell you the same. If he needed to hear from me, I would gladly speak to him. The issue is simply this. Sometimes we get information from our own team, not ill-intended, and it just comes out wrong.
I don't think, Chris, that Kash Patel misunderstood their agents. You're talking about the director of the FBI misunderstanding the report he got. I mean, usually people make phone calls. Am I reading this right? Yeah, you're reading it right. Can you confirm this with the people on the ground? It's been confirmed. There's definitely hostility there. Okay, thank you for the information.
The FBI, I have said this 1,000 times, we belong to the FBI task force.
That means
Violent
jack
task
shit.
Force, which is now shifted over.
That means
members
nothing.
To the
Doesn't
Guthrie
stop
task
him
force.
from.
But
That means nothing about whether he sidelined these people. I'm not going through it. I'm not going through it. We're skipping this. I'm not going through this. We're not skipping it. But I'm not going through it.
With the FBI, detectives assigned at the FBI
Okay, shut up.
for decades. We process the scene. The other thing, we released the scene early. We didn't release the scene early. We took everything out of that scene we needed and gathered all the evidence we could find. And it wasn't until a day or two later.
Okay. Why won't you let me adjust you? There we go.
Contacted his detectives assigned to the task force. The FBI was plugged in that moment.
No way, they were not.
Very first night. They're out there helping us process the scene.
Okay. Then if they were out there helping him process the scene, why did they have to close the crime scene down on the 4th to let them have access into the house, the FBI? And let's just go back here. If he was, why is there no FBI? They're here from day one, right? Chris Nanos says, oh my gosh, the FBI's here day one. Yet we have no FBI agents behind him. You know, when we see the FBI agents behind him, we see the FBI agents behind him here, right? This is where we see the FBI agent behind him. This is where we see, there he is. There's the FBI guy. Now, okay, so we didn't see him on day one. We didn't see him on day two. When did we see him? Let's go down here and look. Let's just look. You guys see all that? Are you guys seeing that? Let's go down here and look. I keep forgetting it's blown up for you guys, so you guys aren't seeing what I'm seeing. Okay, well, let's just move this over. So when's the first time? Oh, there it is up there in the corner. Here it is, right up here in the corner. You see it? Oh, no, I'm going to get back down to it. There's my screen. See it? February 3rd, 2026. February 3rd, 2026. This is the first time we see. Now, remember, she was reported missing by noon on February 1st. So they weren't there on February 1st. They weren't there on February 2nd. And the first time we see them, it's the 3rd. So like I said, we do have about 48 to 72 hours that these were sidelined, but they weren't even sidelined just this long. They were even sidelined further. Yeah, they got the FBI in the house, but they still weren't working the FBI agents. Think about it. All these FBIs were going knocking doors, going to gun shops, and Chris Nanos had no idea what they were doing. Why? Because he sidelined them. And because this could have been an investigation where it had something to do with a potential ransom, that gave them, the feds, their authority to act whether or not Chris gave them instruction or not. And so they ended up enacting their own authority that those days and started going out and hunting, you know, for information. And that's why there were people that thought that the FBI were fake, and they sent Pima County to dust prints of somebody's house that the FBI was in to turn around to find out that it truly was the FBI in that house. Remember all of those things going on in the case? That was because he was keeping the FBI out, and the FBI was still working the case whether he was instructing them to or not. So we have all the proof in the world to know that Chris Nanos is lying about the FBI. He's lying about the FBI. Now, he might have a good working relationship with them now, but this is 6 months later, okay? Chris Nandos is a dirty dog. He's a liar, a pathological liar. He can't even tell the truth under oath. And he's never been held accountable, including almost taking a man's life. This is a bad cop. He's a criminal cop, and he has no business wearing a badge or a gun. He's a dangerous man. This man that you see on my screen. A dangerous man.
The other thing, we released the scene early. We didn't release the scene early. We took everything out of that scene we needed and gathered all the evidence.
See, he keeps doubling down. Everybody knows it was a piss poor investigation. Everybody knows. Piss poor investigation.
Evidence we could find, and it wasn't until a day or two later, the only reason we returned was because the family called and said, there's reporters at our windows and at our doorsteps and on our property. And I thought,
that is bullshit. You don't go and investigate the interior of the home and open the garage and start towing the car and all this other stuff because somebody's looking in the windows. And let me just, I think that the three guys that were arrested, they need to sue Savannah Guthrie. And I don't care if people say, I can't believe you're telling people to sue the victims of crimes. Yes. When you start controlling cases and throwing people in jail because you have the net worth and you have the prestige and you have the power to do so, then you put yourself in a liability situation. I think NBC needs to be sued along with Savannah Guthrie. I think all three boys need to be suing the sheriff as well as the family. Absolutely. Because the sheriff and the family have deep pockets. And they were harmed, and they were intentionally and willfully harmed. And I truly believe this was conspiracy. I think we have a conspiracy complaint because I believe that the sheriff's department conspired with the Guthrie family to arrest these people for them to be removed from the house. Nobody's gone back to that house since. So what they tried to accomplish, even though they violated their rights, they have accomplished it. Until people start showing back up to the house, then the Guthries got away with literally having people arrested that they're not entitled to have arrested. I think Savannah Guthrie, if you want actually, I'll withhold my opinion on Savannah Guthrie. My opinion of Savannah Guthrie is very low. I do not like the lady at all. I really don't. I don't like her. I think she's a fake Christian. I think she's fake. Okay? I think she's fake. I think she's fake. I think she's fake. I think she's fake. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't like her. I don't really care for her, and I'm trying to keep a positive, spin because I feel like she's a victim of a crime, and I feel bad for not liking her. But I don't like her kind. I really don't. There's something wrong with the people in Hollywood, and there's something wrong with the people in New York, New York. There is something seriously wrong with their brains. They've got brain rot. Okay, they are not like the rest of us. This lady literally went back to work with her mother missing. With a gunman. She never even paid for private investigators. She's never paid for freaking missing person flyers. I'm sorry. There's no excuse for that. Being as rich as she is, and she gave herself a huge tax write-off. That's what she calls help for her mom? I don't like her. I don't. And I'm not going to sit on my platform and say I do. I think she's disgusting. She tries to sit here and act innocent. She's not doing anything to move the needle for her mother. Not a damn thing. Nothing. Neither is her family. They're expecting everybody else to do the work. The typical rich person.
That shouldn't happen. The families, they're victims too.
Can I push back on that? Because you did return, but it wasn't just keeping people off the property, right? There was still searching going on a couple days later.
No, I'll get to that.
Liar, liar, pants on fire.
We went back and to the family's request, no problem. We posted
He's a liar.
Deputy there 24/7 just to keep people off the property. We thought, come on, guys, have some respect.
And he still let the pizza guy get on the
property. And that worked for a while. However, that doesn't mean that you could experience a burglary at your house. My burglary detectives go and they take all the fingerprints and all the DNA and they leave. And maybe a week later they get a lead that says, hey, this person. Doesn't mean we're not going to go back to the scene.
He's such a liar.
So we did. The FBI went back to the scene once we got the video.
Oh, the FBI went back to the scene.
To look and get us some.
They didn't get the video until the 10th. They went back to the house to reinvestigate this house on the 4th. He's a liar. Okay, this man is lying through his teeth, and they did a forensic investigation on that time. They even went on the roof and removed more cameras. They even went on the roof and removed more cameras on the 4th. So this idea that they just went over there because there was people, he's a liar.
Demographics of who this individual is, his height, his weight, all of those things came out after seeing the video, and I think you saw
that was weeks later. That was weeks later when they put the white tent up in front of the house. That wasn't when the FBI went in there on the 4th and took out all the other cameras and took out even more evidence that his shitty team left behind. I can't stand Savannah either. She's fake. They're all fake. TNA need to get out of Italy and do the right thing. Can't stand these people. Yeah, and all of them fleeing out of the country. Savannah fled out of the country. Her sister fled out of the country. You know? And we're all being shoveled that the family has nothing to do with it. Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but this doesn't feel comfortable for a lot of us.
They put a big tent around because they're taking measurements and that, and it's guesswork, but it's pretty good guesswork as to, hey, here's the individual, and from our estimates of what we've got from the video, he's this height, he's this weight.
That came
all
after
that
the
information
10th.
is developed.
We're talking about February 4th.
To go back and recheck things, that's an ongoing investigation.
How can I know these finite details off the top of my head? Dates, times, when these things happen, and he can't? How? Like, this stuff is stored in my memory. This is how it was whenever I worked Sebastian Rogers' case. All these details were they stuck in my brain. Like, the recall memory on this case is amazing for me. You know, and I hear this stuff and I can literally spit out what I've heard and everything like that. And he's lying. He's lying.
But the actual crime scene itself, the day one, we gathered all the DNA, all the physical evidence we could, all the cameras in that area. But
they didn't collect all the cameras. We watched the FBI take the cameras. We watched the whole front of that house not be processed. So this idea that they did a thorough job, he's still doubling down that his team did a thorough job when we have our own eyes and ears. He is such a flippin' liar. I am surprised somebody has not literally attempted to hurt this man, because I gotta tell you, he makes my blood boil.
There was more to gather. We knew that.
What would your message be to that person we did see in the video, or any other individuals involved here?
Turn yourself in. That'd be because we're going to find you.
Yeah.
And if you, at best, you want any kind of
I can promise
assistance
you, if I was a criminal in this community, I would not be worried one bit. I mean, they've literally, like, they're detectives. Nobody has over 2 or 3 years of experience. Trust me, the criminals out there, they've got nothing to worry about. They've got nothing to worry about.
Us, call us. Let us know where Nancy's at.
Do you mentioned the last time we spoke, I think this is a quote, but you mentioned you are a good cop but a bad politician. You've felt the noise through all of this. Obviously, that recall effort is fake.
Yes, Just My Girls, they were back. They were back before all of this came out, before the 6-month mark. I thought they were there on like August 1st, but it sounds like they were there July 29th, July 30th, or 31st, maybe even back to July 28th, 29th, or 30th, somewhere around there, is from my understanding when they went back. Now, have they come back a second time since then? Because if they gone back a second time, because they came through the back side of that house, and we reported on that 2 days in a row. So if it's something other than that, and they came back again a second time, then that would be interesting. But we did report on the FBI being back, Pima County and the FBI being back at the property right before the 6-month mark. That's right. And they did.
We just got through with primary election coverage. I know it's a couple years away. Have you given thought to if you still want to do this job after 2028?
Okay, so I do this job one day at a time.
The answer is, if you guys, I'm telling you, if anybody in Pima County hires this Yahoo again, I'm going to go out there and bring a parade, and we're going through your entire county. Okay, we're gonna fly people. We're doing a freaking parade in 2028. Okay, if you guys hire this Yahoo again after 2028, I promise you, we're bringing a freaking parade to town. Okay. And you're not going to like the community will loathe the parade I bring to town. But we're not going to be protesting. We're bringing a parade. We're bringing a frickin' parade through your town if this man is hired after 2028. I'm ashamed that you guys could not get him off of his seat, knock him off of his pedestal with the recall efforts. What a shame. But I promise you, if you hire this man after 2028, I am coming there with a frickin' parade. It will be a Bullhorn Betty sponsored corrupted parade. We are going to expose everything. We're going to be out there. We're going to be in front of the sheriff. We're going to be driving down the main roads. We're going to be blocking off the main roads. If we got to put thousands of dollars toward this event, we are going to put thousands of dollars toward this event. Do not make me put thousands of dollars toward this event. Please do not. But we will. If in 2028, I'm putting it on the calendar. In 2028, if this man is retained, we are doing a parade in Pima County. A parade. A WTF parade. You guys will not like it. You guys will not like it at all. But we will force it down your throat. That is one thing that we will do. They're not in Arizona. They're in Italy because he wanted to go back there. A few weeks ago in Pima County, sheriff got a little rowdy. Arresting those who legally streamed, but the court decided to wipe them clean. Well, I'm still hearing that Alec still has the resisting arrest, and my thing is, if they dropped all the charges, the resisting arrest should go with it, because it shows that those officers had no... You do not, just because you wear a badge does not give you a right to walk up to somebody and say, show me your license. I want to educate everybody in my chat right now. I don't care if you're driving your car. It's a privilege to drive your car, but an officer cannot pull you over. If you know you did not speed, that all your lights are working, you used your traffic signal, and they pull you over and they say, give me your license and registration, you can refuse and demand a supervisor to be there and have them prove to that supervisor that they had probable cause to pull you over. If they had no probable cause to pull you over, they have no probable cause to even ask you who you are. I want to say that again. You can refuse, even in a car where you are required. It's a privilege, not a right. The law is very clear on this front. Even an officer cannot pull you over without having probable cause. That means you had to commit a driving infraction for them to even ask you for your identification. Okay? Just letting you know. So an officer that is coming up to you when you're following the law and demands you to put your hands behind your back, and they have no rights to put their hands on you, because just because they have a badge and a gun does not give them the authorization to put one finger on any individual. They have broad discretions, but their discretions are outlined in state statute. So, when those two officers came and had no probable cause to put one finger on Alec, I don't know how they're going to be able to justify resisting arrest when they had no probable cause to arrest him. So that's going to be an argument for the courts. Lost 2 pages. Alex lost 2 pages this morning. 2 pages of what? Somebody send me an email of the update on Alex. I haven't watched that in a while, and I haven't been over to his page in a while. I know he's came over here a couple times. We just had Ted in the chat yesterday, which is, it's good to hear from him. But we haven't heard from Alex, so I don't know what's going on. So if you guys don't argue with cops on roadside, argue in the courts. That's exactly it. And we came down pretty hard on that, Fire Captain, because when we're out there, if we're instructed, if I'm going to jail, I'm going to jail with my head held high. Okay, I'm not resisting. I put my hand, I comply with orders. We fight in the courtroom. We do not fight in the street. And that was a really big contention between me and Criminal Network. I actually blocked him over that, and I unblocked him after I calmed down a little bit. Everybody's owed a little bit of grace, but there was a couple things that he did that really upset me, and while I still believed his rights were violated, and I still talked positively about him, I was very much upset with him. But I protect the umbrella. That means I'm going to still fight. If somebody's rights were violated, I'm going to still fight for their rights if it affects my rights. There may be some rights that are being violated that don't affect me in any way, shape, or form. It's not my fight. I'm not getting involved in it. But with something with the First Amendment or freedom of press, freedom of speech, us being American citizens, anything that has to do with constitutional or civil rights claims, I'm all on top of it. I'm all on top of it because I am anti-corruption and I am pro-civil rights and pro-constitutional rights. So I'm a constitutionalist. And I will absolutely, there are a few things worth going to jail for, and fighting for my rights are a few of those things that I'm willing to go to jail for, among others. The other thing I'm willing to go to jail for is my family. I really don't care. When push comes to shove, eat or be eaten, I'm eating you. I'm just letting you know, okay? So if you have to know or don't know, I'm just letting you know. When it comes to me or mine, you mean you dirt. And I'm just saying, it is what it is. Just like when it comes to you and yours, I'm dirt.
The voters will tell me. But we're not here to discuss that. That's just not the purpose. I understand the interest, but I'm sorry, but
that's sad.
People in Idaho don't vote
Bad
for
juju.
Pima County Sheriff.
Bad
the
juju
residents
right
of Pima
there.
County do. And they get to say, recall election, whatever. I don't even know that ever even occurred. I just know that somebody said they were taking out a recall. I can't deal with that stuff. That is white noise to me.
Yeah, because you don't want to hear it. I think it should have been a successful recall. In all fairness, it should have been successful. It's such a shame. And I agree. I don't like this harassment. I don't like people bullying people. You guys know what if you guys have been on this page, you guys have all know what I have personally been through from some of these hate channels, and I refuse to put up with 1 minute of it. That's why I'm so happy right now. If anybody wants to step it, fine. You can explain it to a judge. Okay? You can explain, because I'm over it. I spent through 5 years, there was things that you guys have no idea what I went through behind the scenes. I'm not going to go through it. It's personal. My mods have been here every step of the way. One of the reasons why I have a Delilah to begin with is because my best friend was worried about me. So let's cut the crap. The stuff online, this unaliving stuff, I do not agree. And if Alex is doing that, I hope he does not do it in the future. If he's lost his channel, he can always build something back up, but build it up on a platform of love, not a platform of hate. We're here in true crime. The reason why we're here is because of hate and violence. And I just will not, and under any circumstances, condone hate and violence. I just will not do it. Because we should not be here. We should not have a true crime channel, because we should not be, we should love each other and not be trying to kill each other. But here in America, we have free will. And sometimes that free will gets us in trouble. And when we don't have a good makeup, when people aren't teaching us how to deal with emotions and feelings and how to have proper outlets for frustration and stuff like that, people bottle stuff up until they explode. And when they explode, the oh shit factor comes out. Oh shit, what have I done? Right? And by that time, it's too late. It's too late. I will tell you this. I do not agree with any of this, and just like I don't agree with what happened to Ted Investigates, but even Ophelia on TikTok, she's a woman that I've grown to like. She does not vote like me. She doesn't think like me, but she's a very sweet lady. She's a normal person, and that's okay. But one thing that literally broke me into tears, and I'll be honest with you, I literally cried, like had to have like 2 tissues to stop the tears coming out of my eyes, is because some maniac that doesn't like her or something, now she lost her son. We're here on True Crime. Oh, I'm going to start getting a little soggy-eyed here talking about this. And we have a lot of people that know that pain. And we have, experienced that pain with our families of them losing their children and all this other stuff. So, it was very heartbreaking to hear somebody, and she just sat there and ate, and she had music behind it, and this person said, "I'm glad your son is dead." there's a lot of things that you can do to hurt people in this world. But the one thing that I think is really, really, really poor for humanity is to say things like that. One, because tomorrow your child, your mother, somebody that you love could be wiped off the face of the earth by a car wreck, violence, God knows what. And you have no idea the pain that has to be. Not just, knowing it, but, her having to live with that and still having to, do content. She's well known on TikTok. If you guys have not seen Ophelia, she's a really sweet lady. I love her content. I love her quirky little content. She's got this sweet Southern draw. And, I'm sure she has her, just like everybody else on these platforms, has their own issues. But to be so inhumane to say something like that with all the other things that you can say to somebody to make them feel bad about their looks, themselves, or something like that. Not that it should be, but to go that deep, I broke down for her, because I thought, man, how painful that must be, And so I just, it's just sad. It's just really, really, Mama Tot, that's her. Yeah, that's Ophelia, Mama Tot. And it's just sad that somebody would be so angry with somebody to say such vile, like, even if you don't like her, scroll past her. Why would you say something like that? And let me see who it was that said it, because I wanted to put them on blast on here, as a matter of fact. And I think we should. Where is it? Did I take a picture of it? I thought I took a picture of it. Well, maybe I didn't. Maybe for good reason. I thought I took a picture of it, but I guess I didn't. But anyways, it said that, and I was going to put them on blast here, but, how dare you? I don't care if you don't like anybody. One thing you don't do is go that below the belt. And it's not, my heart breaks. One, I pray for the person that made that statement out of hate. Why they have the hate. I pray over that person because I hope they don't have the hate. But moreover, I pray over that person that they didn't just say something and going to have to deal with karma, in a year or two with somebody, their own child dying, or something happening to somebody in their own family. Queen, yep, that's it, is the person. Yep, Silver Fox, that's it. And I got to tell you, yesterday I cried when I saw that. And I don't go on TikTok very much anymore. I have a larger platform over there, but it's gotten really salesy on TikTok. And so I really just go over there. I go over there every now and again. I keep that stuff curating, but at the end of the day, it's not a place that I go. And I just happened to be swiping, just trying to catch up on some of the updates. And I saw that. And I got to tell you, it broke my heart. It made me cry. And made me cry a lot, like not just one single tear. Like I was upset. I was very, very upset reading that and internalizing that so much for Mama Tot. And again, we come from different backgrounds. She doesn't think like me. I can tell you that because I've seen some of the fights that they've had, some of the, Trump derangement syndrome type of arguments they've had on there on how she said this or how she said that. I remember back in the day, I'm like, I can't believe somebody is allowing their audience to control or dictate or make them feel bad for what comes out of their mouth. We went through that over here, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I don't really care. You don't want to be here. You don't want to hear the garbage coming out. Then leave. Okay. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Okay. And I mean that with all love and honesty, right? If you don't like it, move on. But to sit there and say something so disgusting and deplorable and think you can hide out, like I want to find out who this person is and I want to put them on blast, their personal information on blast. And people are like, Betty, you shouldn't do that. Well, you know what? I'm one of these people that think people need to learn lessons. And I'm one of them, right? I'm one of them. And I think that the more people learn their lessons, the more that we can get past all of this stuff. So I like people being on blast. When they can come out and say such vile and deplorable things, I want them held accountable for what they say. Okay? Yeah, we have anonymity on here, but we also have freaking sleuths, right? So your anonymity is few and far between this day and age of everybody Big Brother watching. Okay? So you might want to think before you post. You know, I'm just saying, you might want to think before you post, because I'm going to be looking into this queefing with joy person. I'm going to be trying to find out who this person is. And when I find you, well, I'm putting you on blast, just like Christopher. B-Tim? B-Tim? Where is he from? Laurel? B-Tim? Mr. Christopher from Laurel Avenue? Laurel Avenue Chris? I think that's what we'll start calling him, Laurel Avenue Chris. So we got a lot of people. They want to step in monkey stuff, and they think they're going to be hiding behind anonymity. No, they're not. No. You don't get to hide behind that anonymity. Let me find out some more. Let's see how much more we can do here. We'll give it just a few moments. Where is that? Get it all pulled up here. Might as well throw it all out, since everybody's doing it these days. Might as well join in. So we have what is his name? Mr. Aspromonte? Am I spelling that? Am I saying that right? Mr. Aspromonte? Just curious. Mr. Aspromonte? I'm sure they're probably going to try to hit me with a privacy complaint, but that's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, I did not provide any identifying information that you guys can find. There's plenty of Christophers all over the United States. There's plenty of Mr. Aspromontes, Aspriantes. And I'm not even spelling it right, so they're not even going to be able to even hit me on that. So, but we will keep going down, Mr. Laurel. We'll keep going down. I'll get it out. I will enjoy this debate with YouTube. Let's see who has the law on their side.
Comments, all these things. Look, you have to be thick-skinned sometimes. You have to be a duck and let that stuff wash off your back. We'll
see if Mr. Aspromonte will be a duck and let it roll off his back.
Rumors I've heard. I beat some guy up with a flashlight. I had a guy hang.
Come back tomorrow for the rest of the information.
I did this, that, and the other.
Come back tomorrow for the rest of the information.
I can try to answer all of them. Do you think one commentary out there is...
Mr. Chris! How Justin for All did it? Miss Chris! Christopher! So it makes you wonder, why does he have the name of B. Tim if his name's Christopher? Christopher, why isn't it C. Tim? Are you scared people would have called you See You Next Tuesday? Are you scared they would have called you See You Next Tuesday? So you had to go with B. Tim instead of C. Tim? I'm just wondering. Keep coming back.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget how horrible you all are at your jobs.
But I'm pretty good.
Horrible!
But I'm pretty good.
I mean, you are horrible, but I shouldn't have said it so loud.
Come back tomorrow. Mr. Laurel. Christopher Laurel. And that's Laurel Avenue. Christopher Laurel Avenue. It's the name of a street. Christopher Laurel Avenue. Now tomorrow is going to be like Aspromonte Drive. Did I say that right? No, I think it's going to be Aspromonte. Yeah, I think it's going to be an Aspromonte Drive. 11224 Aspermonte Drive. Does that road even exist? Aspermonte Drive? Let's see if it exists. Let's see if Aspermonte Drive exists. Hold on here. Let's spell it. Aspermonte Drive. Where is Aspermonte Drive? Ooh, is it even in this country? We do have an Aspermonte Drive in Australia. It's in Australia. We have an Aspermonte Drive in Australia. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. Do we have a... I don't know. Looks like we have the drive, and look at that, Australia. Look at that. Interesting how that works out. Okay. All right, folks. All right, let's keep going. What we got here? Okay. Well, we know Aspermonte Drive is in Australia. And Christopher Laurel... Do we have Christopher Laurel Avenue? Well, let me see what Christopher Laurel Avenue is. Hold on. Oh, we already have Chris already up here for Chris Nanos. Christopher Laurel. How do you spell that? Oh, Laurel Avenue. Where is that one? Oh, we don't have a Christopher Laurel Avenue. So that doesn't exist. That address doesn't exist. But we do have Aspermonte Drive, but it's in South Nowra, Australia. Interesting.
Can I have respect to that answer? It doesn't do me any good. What I have to show is simply this. I've been a member of this organization since 1984. There is no complaints. And I've won 2 elections with over 250,000 people. Half the voters say I should be sheriff.
Yeah, but you only won this last election because you put a lady on house arrest, which she's suing you for civil rights violations, and you only won by 400 points. Nowra. Okay, Nowra. It's in Nowra, Australia.
In 2028 or 29, whenever that time comes from, we'll let the voters decide whether or not I should run again.
Oh, you ain't running again, sir.
You say you are going to run again, let the voters decide?
I am not making that decision. I got 2 years. It's crazy.
I understand, sure.
2+ years.
I understand. I do want to ask you about...
Who believes that Chris Nanos is so arrogant that he would absolutely run again just to maintain power? Who believes that? I do.
Those ransom notes as well. I know the FBI is handling that. In your communication with them, has there been any further determination on if those are real, if it's a lead continuing to be worth pursuing, or have investigators moved on?
No, every piece of evidence, every ransom note is investigated to the fullest. I think you've seen it. We've made some arrests from some of these knuckleheads that are trying to fraud, just terrible people. And I recently, a guy in California got, 5-10 years for probation or whatever. Look, if I've got any message for you, don't do that. We will be looking at every piece of information we get is taken serious.
Like the blood on the outside of a missing lady's home, like the mat that both the missing lady and the assailant stayed on, like the foliage that was ripped from her own flower bed by the assailant after touching his mouth. All those things say down there that you followed those leads, because if you recall, Chris Nanos, those leads went by the wayside.
And we will we will find you, and if you've done something like that, shame on you. We're going to hold you accountable.
Of course.
But yeah, to the notes that the FBI has and their validity, they discussed that. They've got that, and we're here right alongside them.
If you're being completely honest, do you think this case gets solved?
Yes.
He didn't
Completely
hesitate.
honest, yes.
What gives you that hope?
Because they have a good team, and they have every resource you can imagine.
They have something behind the scenes. We got IGG. Ooh, I didn't even realize this was off center. Sorry about that. We have IGG. We know that there has to be a profile somewhere, right? We may not know what the profile is, but we have to have a profile somewhere. You know how I know? Because we cannot have IGG involved in a case without having a SNAP profile. CC Moore will tell you. So in order for them to have something where they're actually excluding, in one of his interviews, they said that they've already excluded several people from a family line as not being a contributor. That tells me that they're working on a profile. They have a profile that has resulted in something. And this man right here is now, without a doubt, just off the top, yep, we're gonna solve this. We're gonna solve this. Okay. Well, if you're solving this and you're that confident, and he said that quickly, would just roll off his tongue. Yep. I believe they have more. Remember, it took them 60 days to release to us this update. This update they could have released to us back in June or July. But they waited until August 1st to finally do this media news release. That was 60-day-old information. That was 60-day-old information. And while everybody's trying to keep things quiet, we do have investigative genetic genealogy going on. Well, that's telling me we have a profile. Whose profile? I don't know. Where did this profile come from? Obviously from around the house. They're using a profile. There has been results that have come back on some DNA hits. So the 3 DNA hits that we were told about originally were not the only DNA hits. Originally, we were told about the 16 pairs of gloves. We were told about the combination of DNA mixture. And those were the 2 things we were told about. And then we were told 2 months later, back in June, when was it? April, back in April, when we found out about the hair, going over to the Quantico lab, that's when we found out about the hair. So we had 3 places of DNA that we were familiar with and knew about that came directly from the sheriff, and those were the only things that he talked about. And now we're hearing, even though he's excluded the glove and he's excluded the hair, as being DNA rich. Now the hair can be used in another aspect of the case, but for what we need it for this, for DNA, it's out. So all we have left that we knew about is the mixture. Well, they're saying it's going to take a year or 2 years to separate the mixture. Yet, we have investigative genetic genealogy excluding people. So it sounds to me like law enforcement forgot to tell us that they did get something back from the labs. It seems like they've told us everything they want us to know, but none of what we want to know. So we've been wanting to know, is there other DNA? Well, clearly there is, because 2 of the DNAs are off the table. And the 1 DNA, we don't have the mixture DNA, we don't have the technology to separate it yet. So everything that we knew for DNA-rich sources are all duds right now. Duds! Nothing, going nowhere, holds no water, providing no results. So how does a investigative genetic genealogist have work on this case? Well, there's no possibility other than having DNA. They have some type of profile. Where did it come from? We don't know. Was it on the inside of the house, the outside of the house, down the road? Is it investigative genetic genealogy attached to one of the guys, either Carlos or Luke, or something that was derived out of their home? I don't know. What I do know is investigative genetic genealogy is right now being used and excluding people. We have a profile. We have established a profile. Whether law enforcement has given us the profile or not. We have established a profile because we know there's no possibility of investigative genetic genealogy being involved at this juncture without an S&P profile, a SNAP profile.
I mean, you have some of the brightest people in the country, if not the world, working this case on DNA. You have some of the top investigators in this state and in the FBI work in this case. You have corporate America who, on their own, have called and said, how can we help? These are big brains. These are people who have resources beyond my capability.
And he's denied all of them. Okay, they've reached out to him. So what? So has the United Cajun Navy, and he has denied any help from any of these resources. Let's not forget. He's being forced, the FBI, because you see how much of kick up the FBI has given him to get him in line publicly, just to get him to work with them. All of this stuff in the public eye with the FBI is only to whittle this man down, to force him to work with them. So now they're working together. But look at what all it took for them to get this man to work with them.
Outside probably mine and the FBI. Look, all of these efforts are tremendous. That's part of it. But what gives me the greatest hope is my team. They've done this, like I say, 24 hours, we had a homicide out in the middle of nowhere. In 24 hours, that individual and 2 accomplices were arrested.
Well, I'm glad. And I bet you Dave Stivers wasn't on the case. Just saying.
I don't know that we have an open homicide to this day right now. These guys know what they're doing. If you could sit in a room and hear them talk, in less than 5 minutes you'd go, wow.
If you sit in a room with a bunch of content creators and true crime web sleuths, you'd probably be sitting there saying, wow. Just saying. Not playing. It's kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. So we're going to break right there. As you guys know, I believe that this assailant looks more like Carlos than Luke, but it seems like more of Luke's life kind of bodes in being the assailant in this case. I don't know if either one of these guys have anything to do with this lady's disappearance or not. But they're the only suspects we have, or persons of interest we have to go on right now, and they're the reason. And the reason why we have them is because law enforcement brought them to the forefront, not any content creator. This was not something that we brought up. This is not a suspect that we developed. This is a suspect that law enforcement developed, 2 of them. And one of them has changed their appearance. One of them has hand issues. One of them has a hurt hand, one that's swollen and bruised. So we do see some of these elements coming out as far as somebody that needs to be profiled by law enforcement. Well, we have a guy that kind of meets some of the criteria, and it's in Luke Daly. Yet we have the assailant's facial features that appear to be more in line with Carlos. So which is it? Could this person have lighter color eyes than we're seeing? It's possible. If they have lighter color eyes, we're looking at more of the line in line with Luke Daly. Darker colored eyes, the person that the person looks like Carlos looks very similar to the forensic sketch from Lois Gibson. And I hope you guys look up who Lois Gibson is. I think once you understand who Lois Gibson is and her pedigree, I think you'll understand why this is so important and why that sketch is so much more reliable than any other sketches we've seen, or why I put a lot of more weight into that sketch other than the sketches that we haven't seen. It's because Lois Gibson is world renowned. I mean, she's helped solve 1,200 cases. That's more than Chris McDonough's 300 cases, or even what's the other guy's name that he's one of my favorite. Why am I running a blank? I can see his face. Joe Kenda. There it is. Good gracious. Joe Kenda. They've done 3, 4, 500 cases. She's helped solve 1,200. Like, she is a major rock star, and she produced these images. And I don't know which way to believe. I just know something bad happened to Miss Guthrie. I know her family's not really helping out. And there's no easy way to say that. If it hurts people's feelings, it hurts people's feelings. Sometimes life is hurtful. Sometimes life is painful. We're all here trying to do our part. We're all here trying to do our job and stuff like that. And when we see somebody that's out here claiming to be helping but not really helping, well, we have something to say about that. Maybe the professionalism or the ethics of mainstream media hides and covers up and sweeps stuff under the rug, but us normal people out here in the real world, we're sick of the cover-ups. We're sick of the sweeping under the rugs. We want the truth. We want all the truth. We're sick and tired of hearing these cases. We're sick and tired of not knowing whatever happens, and we're sick and tired of not being able to hold anybody accountable. So we're fighting back. And we're doing it in massive ways. Every year we get a little bit stronger and a little more powerful, and we keep using that and keep moving and shaking and baking. Okay, that's kind of how we do it. I do want to run over here to another case that we are covering, and it's the case of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. They have been missing for quite some time. Where is this case? I think I got it back here. Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. We don't need that anymore. But to be honest with you, we're at a 3-hour time slot. We're already going to be going over a 3-hour time slot to potentially a 4th time slot, and we still have about 300 people in the chat. Maybe we'll go over some of this stuff. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break so we can use the restroom, get some coffee and stuff like that, and then we'll be right back to go into the second segment of this show related to Lilly and Jack Sullivan and hearing from Daniel Martell. What's his side of the story? We got to hear yesterday for the first time the true, well, at least Malaya's truth, right? I call BS, but it's definitely significant. So what is Daniel Martell saying? What has he been saying? And what is this accusation? I've never heard him accuse Malaya of anything other than, sideways. And that was after she decided not to come back to him. Again, something bad happened in this house, but we'll get all into that in just a few moments. Everybody just take 2 minutes. It's not going to be any longer than 2 minutes that we take a break. And then we're going to be rolling through Malaya and Lilly and Jack Sullivan if you guys would like to stay. All right, so we're going to be coming back now with the Lilly and Jack Sullivan case. They're 2 little kids, 6 and 4 years old, that disappeared on May 2nd, 2025, off of Gairloch Road, Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia, Canada. This is in Pictou County. This is, again, an area that used to be up and coming long time ago. It was a mill, a wood mill type of community. Everybody was employed by the wood mills. And then something happened. The economy crashed. The wood mills closed up. And there was no work or jobs out there for people. So a lot of the people ended up migrating out of that community, out of that area. of Lansdowne Station because there was no jobs. It was, there was nothing out there. It's in the middle of nowhere. And so a lot of people moved kind of closer to the New Glasgow area, which is kind of like the main hub. It's about 20 minutes from this area of Pictou County, Nova Scotia, Canada. And it's also where the family was seen on May 1st at the Dollarama in New Glasgow. So just to kind of give you an idea of where everything was transpiring from, and their trailer that they were living at is very dilapidated. A lot of people did not understand to the tune of how dilapidated this particular house was. Well, hello, Marie. Marie, thank you. It's nice to see you. We appreciate you. But this trailer was dilapidated, and now we're going to kind of get into the finite details. You heard from Alea Brooks Murray. We gave you all of her statements that she has made. She's only made 3 statements the entire time her children have been missing. She, on May 3rd, was the most notable. She was, again, wanting law enforcement to run an Amber Alert even though there was no evidence of an abduction. But she just wanted them to put it out there so she didn't have to call all the people to let them know that her kids are missing, right? And so it was self-serving. The reason why she wanted them to have the Amber Alert was self-serving. And that was the first critical red flag in this whole makeup, is why is she even saying, well, it may not be an abduction, but we just want it out anyways, because it'd be really helpful if they just notify, because we've been getting calls like they didn't realize this was our kids that are missing. And it's like, yeah, that's what typically happens when you have missing children. Typically, when we have missing children, we expect the mom to be on the phone calling everybody, telling people that they have missing kids. So her behavior right out the gate about her wanting law enforcement to do what typically parents do automatically was a little off-putting, to say the least, in this environment. We already knew that it didn't seem right. And then she's saying things like sorrowful. We're very sorrowful. And it's like, your children haven't even really been missing. You've got all of this foliage and this dense forestry out there, and you're talking like your children will never come back again. And literally a few hours later, she disappeared and never came back. She left. She left this area. She left the search for her children and left Daniel holding the bag to deal with media, to deal with the circus, to deal with everything, while she ran off with her baby daughter, Meadow. And in my opinion, she was trying to flee with Meadow, because I think she was trying to get out of there before the Department of Children and Family Services took Meadow off her hands. And so when she fled, she thought as if she could get back to the reservation, she would be able to keep Meadow. Well, Daniel Martel reached out to law enforcement, the RCMP, and said that Malaya was fleeing with their daughter. That's what he told them, that she was fleeing with their daughter. So they went and took their daughter from Malaya. So now they both get visitations. God knows where Meadow's been staying, but it doesn't sound like the Meadow's been staying with family. Sounds like she's been staying in some type of foster care. And what a shame. What a shame. So what truly happened inside this home that left 2 children missing and 1 child ripped from both of her parents' arms and in the custody of the state? Well, I'd have to say that the community, or not the community, the home environment was really dilapidated and deplorable. It doesn't seem like it looked like a drug den, because it was a drug den. Both Malaya and Daniel Martel, in my opinion, were utilizing math with an E. I think that they were purchasing it or cooking it or doing something. Neither one of them really held down a job, yet they had a place to live, they had vehicles to drive, they had money, they had ways to buy groceries, ways to, where was their money coming from? Where was their money coming from? Now, we do hear that with Malaya being, part of the reservation and having native blood, she gets a monthly siphon of some sort from the Canadian government or the reservation government or whatever type of government. We heard that. But from my understanding, she's also receiving still child support from Cody. Even though Cody doesn't want anything and hasn't visited his kids, we're hearing he's required to pay fees for the children as part of the settlement for her leaving him and stuff like that. That's just my understanding. So maybe she was the primary breadwinner inside inside this home for Daniel Martel, because Daniel Martel was only working 1 day a week at the mill, some faraway mill, but not one that was there, and it wasn't a good job. At the end of the day, we had a reporter go to the home. Let me make sure I've got these in. Yeah, there it is. So we had a reporter go to the home and challenge the legitimacy of their statements. So here's the first. We're going to go through a news broadcast about the case, and then we're going to go to the video of the journalist going inside of the home and challenging, like, the sliding glass door remarks. They said that that the sliding glass door is so quiet they would never be able to hear whether their children got out, but the children know never to go out, and that the children are right next to the RV where Janie was staying. So out of 3 children, there were 3 adults on the property at this time, and not one of the 3 adults were even out of bed to take care of any of these kids at 10 o'clock, between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning. Everybody was asked out in that house, including grandma. So is this whole house just a bunch of drug addicts and alcoholics or something like that? It's sure starting to seem like it, because mommy doesn't look like she's all put together either. And I'm talking about Daniel's mommy. So let's get an update on this case. This is kind of a 3-minute little skit, and then we'll dive into Janie Martel's interview, and then Daniel Martel's several interviews. Oh, there we go.
In other news today, the search continues this morning for 2 missing children in rural Nova Scotia. Crews have been combing through the woods around Pictou County since Friday, when police believe they wandered away from their home. Brett Ruskin is live in Halifax. He's picking up the story for us this morning. Where do things stand today, Brett, with the search efforts?
Good morning, Heather. Yes, search efforts are continuing this morning for these 2 missing children here in Nova Scotia. So we have 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. They went missing on Friday morning. Now, we heard from the children's stepfather recently. Here's what he had to say about this situation.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean,
this is early
ever
on
since
in the case,
Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
So you guys heard that, right? They didn't hear the kids, so instead of calling and looking in their favorite spots, what did Daniel do? He immediately gets into a vehicle and starts driving. That's never made sense to me. Every time we hear that being the case and all of these, because people don't do that. They look around their house first. But he immediately got in his car and started driving all over the place. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense that he would wake up, realize the kids are not in the front or the out, so instead of going and checking all their favorite spots, he gets in a car and starts driving up and down the roads. Meth mouth for sure, yes.
So again, this search began with family members and has now expanded to dozens of search and rescue volunteers. About 160 people were on the ground yesterday. There were dogs brought in to try to catch a scent of these 2 children. There were 8 drone units in the skies searching, as well as a couple of helicopters as well, each one of them equipped with infrared sensors and cameras looking for these children. Now, we heard.
So you guys see the efforts going on. You heard Daniel Martel. I don't think Daniel's in here anymore. Let me see if Daniel's in here anymore. We do have some people that are talking, but nothing that's going to be important for today's show. Okay. So we'll get that one out of here. Now here is where a lot of the information that was told to us early on about the case comes into play. So one of the things is that they are always with the kids. The kids knows not to go outside without their parents with them, allegedly. We learned early on that Malaya did not have anything to do with her 2 children after Meadow was born. She just was not, and this comes down to Lindsay Clancy, and are we dealing with another Lindsay Clancy? Because I got to tell you, the lady that I saw spoke yesterday morning that we all witnessed, that's a lady that knew exactly where her children were, that knew exactly what happened to her children. That was not, you cannot convince me that she is not of guilty mind, body, and soul. She absolutely is. And there's only one way you get that way. And that's if you know something when you're trying to show everybody in the world you don't.
That Jack and Lilly would have.
That Jack and Lilly came out of.
There's no way they wouldn't have heard that click,
So
click, click.
it's the morning.
If my mom would have, if I was living with my mom and in this trailer, we lived in a home, a concrete block home, and my mom would have been able to hear that door. So they're in a trailer with thin ass walls, and let's face it, missing flooring. So they have missing flooring in this trailer. They've got thin ass walls, and you're telling me that you're not going to hear that click, 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 click from the sliding glass door that we were told was completely soundless? It made no sound. It sure sounded like it made a sound to me. I don't know about you, but I can hear a sound coming from the door. It is not as quiet as they had told us that it was when the kids snuck out of the house.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through.
Hold on. Look at this. Her window is open. She's got something sticking out of this window. This is the first time I've ever noticed this. I don't know why I didn't notice this before. Yet she didn't come out to look for the kids when they were outside. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
So it's the morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea, and then on Facebook, 7 o'clock, I get up, come over here, fed my chickens. My brother.
So she's up at 7 a.m. Now this is important because you have to remember somebody called these kids in sick at 6:15 in the morning. So 45 minutes after these kids were called in sick, we have, according to Janie, her up and moving. She, at this moment, has not heard from the children. But the children would have to have been awake if mommy has already called the children in sick. Right? Now, was it Malaya that called the kids in sick? I'm going to say it was her because I don't see anybody else calling them in sick. Would Daniel? Daniel would never call the kids in sick. He would have her call them in. Even if he suggested it, she would still be the one that would be calling them in sick, not him, in my opinion. So that tells me that we have an awake Malaya and an awake Janie in the house. At 7 o'clock in the morning, she's out feeding her chickens. She hears nothing. She hears no children. She hears nobody moving around in the house, according to her statement. Because, and I'm putting a lot of this in here. Like, she didn't say that she didn't hear anything, but she's saying that she's out here feeding the chickens at 7 o'clock. And I would have to think that if she heard the kids at 7 o'clock, she would have said, I heard the kids when I was feeding the chickens. She didn't say that. The reservation is Indian Brook. It's not very big, and anyone can drive in it, more like a neighborhood in Truro. It's Millbrook. And it's more like driving from one neighborhood street to another. Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you for that information.
Ron called me at 8:48 and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said no. I said I'm staying home. I said I'm going back.
So this is 2 hours later. Now, according to this, now this is at 8:48. These children should have already been up, moving around, according to Malaya. According to her, her daughter's already poked her head into the bedroom a few times at this point.
To bed. Okay, I went and I laid down.
So now
Next thing you know, my dog started barking, and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's 2 swings.
So she's saying the dog was barking. I have a funny feeling that dog was barking because something else was going on, if the dog truly was barking. But I do not believe this story. I don't believe there's a possibility of these kids being at this home this morning.
Where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer.
Yeah, she couldn't hear the kids disappearing, but she can hear everything.
If 2 kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go. I didn't hear anything.
So she's saying, I didn't hear anything. I heard them. I think I heard them, right? She didn't see them, so she can only say she thinks she heard them. She thinks she heard them. And are we sure that Daniel wasn't out there playing on his phone to make his mom think she heard them? I mean, you know what? I mean, if you hurt a kid, you're going to do a lot of stuff to try to manipulate the situation. Is it possible? It could be possible. I mean, I think it's a little far-fetched, but I've heard more far-fetched that stuff happening come true than that. So, whatever the case may be. But now she's saying, I heard them out here, but then they were just gone. I never heard anything else. She didn't hear them scream. She didn't hear them saying, come on, let's go. She just heard them out there playing allegedly, and then silence. That doesn't bode with what they normally do, what the kids normally do. Even if the kids were going to wander to their fort, which they do have a fort somewhere, and she knows exactly where it is. I find it awfully interesting. We have 3 adults on this property, and every one of them are sleeping at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock in the morning. That's insanity to me, with 3 children.
The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily. I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know,
she knew that couldn't be true because when Jack and Lily, she just said, when Jack and Lily are out there, they're always screaming and yelling. She didn't hear them. So why would she assume that her son is trying to get them in the house when she doesn't hear them?
I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing. Right here, with Meadow on her hip. And I come out, and I said, what's up?
And that is the same place. The same place. They said they saw one lone boot print. And she's going to go over and talk about how she was preparing this area right here for a pool she doesn't have. So it sounds like she was already out there tampering with evidence. If you want my truth. Oh, she's the grandma. Yep. She's Daniel's mom.
She said Jack and Lily are missing. I said, how long? She said, about 20 minutes. I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here.
So remember, this is very important because we just heard in the clip before, Daniel Martel said, Malaya said, I don't hear the kids. So I immediately got up in my car and started driving up and down the roads. Why didn't he go up here where the kids, if they were outside playing, why wouldn't he go to their fort before he got into the car to start driving up and down the road? How did he know that they weren't up here before he got in his car and started driving all over? How?
The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks.
Oh, so they have a fort. So you mean to tell me that they were outside playing? Daniel hears that the kids are not, there's no sound from the kids. He looks out the door. He doesn't see the kids. So instead of getting his boots on or shoes on and going up to this fort, he runs out of the door immediately and jumps in the car and hightails it up and down the road. Got it.
And fir branches. And that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes.
So the boys are not in the woods. Lilly is not in the woods. Why? Because they were scared.
I did this whole area. There's an old road up back. When I got up to the top of the hill, I met Daniel. And I said to him, I said, did you find them? He said, no. He said, you coming with me? I said, no. I said, I'm going to search this area. Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of to the dirt road, came back down here and came back down the side of the road, came back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time, I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself.
Why is she crying? Do you think that's normal? We're hearing it's only been 20 minutes, kids are missing, and she's crying her eyes out. I don't know if I would have stopped to cry. I would have probably been, still looking, trying to figure out where these kids have gone, because when you're in the middle of nowhere, the last thing you're thinking is that somebody's coming up on your property kidnapping your kids. You're a little more rational. You're thinking a little more rationally. You're thinking that, this can't be what it is, that something, you don't know what's happened, but you know that what you're thinking has happened can't be what it is. I have a lot of woods on my property, and when I take a walk, I have a job not to lose a shoe instantly. No way Lilly or Jack would have made it very far without a trace. No way. That's exactly it. And to have only one boot print in two separate spots that are the same side of like somebody took a boot and pressed it into the ground. It was the same. It wasn't like a right boot and a left boot. It was the same sided boot that kept popping up everywhere. And I thought that was funny because it was a pink boot that we heard was missing, white with whatever pink boot was missing for them, yet there was one pink boot, a lone pink boot, all by itself under I think it was the couch or something, but the other boot was missing, probably the boot that was being made, that was used to make those impressions. And I don't think they thought the pink boot was in the house. I think they thought that she had lost one of her boots, so he used the other one. And then they ripped the blanket and planted it. So these boot prints appear to be planted, and the pink blanket appear to be planted. So why would anybody that has, that a child was kidnapped, why would anybody still be around the house planting boot prints and like blankets in trees? It tells me that somebody in that house is responsible for something, because people aren't going to do that. And if somebody kidnapped or abducted your children, they ain't coming back on the property to grab boots out of a house and rip, a blanket out of a garbage bag to throw it in a tree a kilometer away. I mean, those things don't make sense. You know who would do that? Somebody from that house would do something like that. That's who would do something like that. And according to everything I know, that pink blanket, I can't remember if it was found on the 3rd or the 4th, but it seems like it was right about the time that Malaya left forever and never had anything more to do with this property or her children again. Because let's face it, when she left her children behind, and she never went back. So that told you everything you needed to know about the whereabouts of the children and whether or not this mother knew that they were never coming home. Of course they were never coming home. How do we know they were never coming home? Because Malaya never came back home. She left and never came back. Think about that. 2 of your children disappear, and you leave the day after they disappear and never come back to the last place that they were seen? Ever? Still to this day, she has never went back to that area again. That is somebody that has serious PTSD of something that happened in that area.
For not getting up that morning.
I think Malaya is a monster.
To see the kids. Because if I would have got up, this wouldn't have never happened.
Well, maybe you guys should quit being so damn lazy.
That's why I was crying.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go see that.
Sure.
So this is the patio door.
This is the patio door.
That Jack and Lilly would have.
That Jack and Lilly came out of.
Okay.
That's not quiet. I mean, it's smooth, but it's not quiet.
And so tell us why we've heard about the patio door.
Because everybody's saying on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok that the patio door makes a noise.
It does.
And why they didn't hear the door open. The bedroom is back there.
Listen.
That far window.
Listen, folks. I am deaf in one of my ears, completely deaf. I was born that way. I don't know what. I know I had a lot of infections when I was a young girl. They removed my tonsils. They tried to do whatever they could because of all the ear infections I was having. Come to find out, I was completely, utterly deaf in my ear, okay? A nerve. I have everything there. Everything that I'm supposed to have, the eardrum, everything is there. I got all the equipment, okay? I've got all of the equipment in my ear. So why don't I hear? It's because one nerve did not grow in. And when that nerve did not grow in, it did not allow me to have the sound. Okay, so I'm completely deaf in one of my ears. I would be able to hear that. I would be able to hear that in this house. This house right here is a concrete block home. Okay? Not a crappy little trailer. If this was in my home with my hearing, with my terrible hearing, I would have been able to hear that. I would have been able to recognize that click, click, click and know that somebody has just closed the sliding glass door. And if me and my boyfriend or husband were laying in bed and we only have 2 children in the house, my first thought would be to jump up out of bed and find out why the kids are going outside of the house. I'm deaf. I would have been able to hear that.
The last window is the bedroom.
And so they would have come out this door.
They would have come out this door
that morning.
Yes.
And then they went and played on the swing set.
Yes.
And that's when you heard them.
That's when I heard them. Right here in this area here. I plan on putting a pool up this year for the kids. You need level ground for a pool. That's what I was doing. I was leveling out the...
My question is who the hell, and I've put up many pools. Many above ground pools I've pulled up. Why? Because I'm a broke biatch. Okay, that means I can't afford a house. My next house is going to have a pool. I'm just letting you know. It is a must-have item on the next house. That wherever we're moving, I'm packing this house up and moving to, we're going to have a pool, an in-ground pool, okay? But Bullhorn Betty's been too broke to have an in-ground pool her entire 46, I grew up in pools. My mom has a pool, my dad had a pool. I have had a pool my entire life until I had to pay for the pool, and then all of a sudden I don't have the money for the pool. You guys see how that works. I'm just letting you know. So, I've had to put up above ground pools here, okay? I've had to put up above ground pools in my other house, okay? So, I will tell you, I have never, ever, 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 the whole time I've ever owned an above ground pool, ever leveled the ground before having the product. She has no pool. She has no pool. She is trying to convince us she was out there leveling the ground, i.e. moving the dirt, changing the patterns on that dirt. And she's trying to convince us the reason why she did this, why she was stamping all over and messing with that dirt, was because she's putting a pool there, but she has no pool to put there. So there's no way for us to actually confirm whether this is true or not, because there's no pool. So according to me, I would say she's lying. Why would I say she's lying? Because for me, I'm not leveling a ground until I get the pool. Why? Because you never know what's going to happen between the time that you level the ground and the time you get the pool. So you want to do it all together. You want to level the ground, then put the mat on the ground, and then start building your pool on top of the leveled ground. She didn't do that. Now remember, this is the same spot that she's saying that Malaya was standing with Meadow that morning, telling her that the children were gone, they're missing, she doesn't know where they are. This is also where one lone boot print, right here where she was stamping all this ground flat, one lone boot print in there. So it was to explain why there are no other footprints in that area, because she was leveling it. But she screwed up because she put Malaya right there, yet Malaya's footprints weren't in the same area, and neither were Meadows. Interesting. But you know what was there? One lone Lilly boot print. A boot that is missing, that we were told 2 boots were missing, but 1 boot was found under a couch.
The ground to set up the pool.
And this is the Thursday.
This is Thursday.
Right.
Friday, all the investigators, search and rescue and everything, right around here was where they found the only footprint.
This is where the boot.
This is where we're.
So if she is pounding this and the only footprint there is this 1 boot print from Lilly, where's the footprint from Malaya? Where's the footprint from Malaya standing there with Meadow on her hip? I've always wanted to ask that question. But she's trying to explain why no other footprints are there because she leveled it out the night before. But she's forgotten, she just said that Malaya and Meadow were standing right there. So why is there only 1 boot print there instead of 1 boot print plus Malaya's feet? They tampered with evidence.
Where I was raking that night, that's where the boot print was found. In the mud where I was raking.
I thought there was 2 boot prints.
There was supposed to be a footprint found way up on the pipeline.
One there, one there.
Malaya sent me the picture of it. That's all I know. There was a footprint found.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the footprint was here.
But Malaya's the one that sent her the photo of the other footprint, the other boot print. Why would Malaya send her that? If not to use that to convince them the kids wandered off. So now we've got Malaya and Daniel trying to convince everybody that these kids just wandered off. I just want to point that out to you. Very interesting.
The only one that they can confirm that was Lilly and Jack's was right here.
So it was child size.
Yes, a man, one of the
Again, where is Malaya's footprint? Because she should have sunk into that mud a little bit more, right? Because she's not only just herself, which she's a very tall woman. If you've noticed in that interview, she towered over her friends. So she's much taller than you might give her credit for. And she had a baby on her hip. So you're talking about the weight of her should have probably left a deeper impression than the one for Lilly. Interesting.
Investigators came in here and was measuring it all. Mm-hmm. I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do the interview here is to show you exactly where everything took place. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And to show people.
I think she believes her son. I don't think she believes her son is capable of committing homicide. I don't think that she believes Malaya is capable of committing homicide. But at some point from this time to this time, from where we are, from where this interview to the time right now, the mom's got to be, Janie, has to be feeling some type of way. And I'm pretty sure she's confident that her son has some culpability in this because, you know, from an outsider looking in, her son has some culpability in this, and so does Malaya. What happened to these children? I believe these children are dead. I believe whatever happened between Malaya and Daniel whether they froze the kids to death, whether they beat the kids to death, whether they, just the kids got into their substances and they woke up and the kids were dead. Something happened. Something major happened. I don't believe the kids wandered off. I don't believe somebody came and abducted them. And the reason why I know that is because if that were the case, Malaya would have been there. There would not be any pointing of the fingers between Daniel and Malaya because they were together. They would have known 100% that neither one of them had anything to do with it, but they're not doing that. They're pointing fingers at each other, not anybody else, but at each other. So there is no third party. The problem is there between them. They're responsible together, and I believe they both bear responsibility for what happened to those kids. The murder, I'm going to say murder, because even if it was an accident, I still consider it murder, because had they not brought the substances, if they took better care of them, then the kids wouldn't have died. They were 100% responsible for the death of these children, both of them. But you know what? In all fairness, I think it's a lot worse than we think. I think we're thinking that they must have gotten into some substances or something like that. I don't think that. I think these children were beaten to death. Because every time I get into cases like this, I find out that the ending result was 10 times worse than I ever imagined.
That this is what happened. All the stuff that all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly.
I don't think the kids are buried
The well
on the
has been
property.
checked, the septic tank, all the barns have been searched.
Daniel Martel was way too busy this morning. He was all over every place. He came back soaking wet. He was in water. What was he doing in water? He was up to his waist in water. So these kids literally could be anywhere. And I believe Daniel Martel is the one that moved them around.
RV was searched 3 times. The trailer was searched.
I find it interesting that all these places were searched and law enforcement determined that the children were dead. Law enforcement did. Not us. Law enforcement.
Human remains dogs were here recently. Walk me through that day. You knew that they were coming, but you didn't know when.
I actually got back from a visit with my daughter, and I come home and the dogs were already, on scene, and they were there for about an hour before I got there. I didn't know the exact day when the arrival was going to happen. It was even a surprise to me, but at the end of the day, everything's ruled out there, and I hope this is speculation, turns elsewhere.
So you arrive home after visiting with your daughter. They're there, and then what happens?
They're there, and then, I walk up, greet them, and meet them for the very first time. It's like, can I come close to you and the dogs? And he said, oh yeah. And then, investigators were there, or one investigator, and, had a conversation with him, and they said, look, yeah, we're going to do the property. I said, perfect, let's do every square inch. And that's when it began with, where do you think we should search? And in my mind, these guys are they're supposed to be the best. They should have mapped the terrain, looked at satellite imagery, and found every single speck on that property that needed to be searched. And they should have had, better coordination with reviewing those maps and people involved from the start with search and rescue to determine areas they need to search.
What happened? Did you tell them where to search or advise them, or what did you say?
I gave them.
So now he's being overly helpful, interjecting himself into the case, and directing law enforcement to search in certain areas. I've always since said that law enforcement or the searchers were getting very, very close, because it was the next day they came back and this torn blanket was 1 kilometer in the opposite direction. And I truly, truly believe that Daniel Martel realized that law enforcement was getting close to where he had buried them and wanted to send them on a different trail. I think when they called it a night for that night, they did not go all the way through the night. They went as late as they could, but then you got, mouth here up moving around and and going all over the place and monitoring every little thing, you'll find out that he was a little wiry sucker on this very first day. He was watching and monitoring and following every single aspect of this case and who was where and what area. He was all over the place, constantly moving. I think law enforcement even told him, you need to stay here. He was so wiry.
Like any indication that, soft grounded areas like the marsh, the ponds, anything like that. But I said, you're welcome to do it anywhere. They did inside the house, they did, everywhere, vehicles, they did everything they could in the amount of time that they were given to do it.
So what did they search when they came inside? How did that go?
Well, when they took the dogs inside the house, they ran from one side of the house to the other, waiting for the dogs to, bark or pick up a scent, and nothing was located.
Dogs act differently than you might think with scents and stuff like that. Like when they're running around and looking all crazy and stuff like that, that's not them on a trail. When they're calm and relaxed, that's them on a trail. And I think people mistaken indicators from the dogs because they don't understand what it looks like. I'm starting to pay more attention to the dog searches and the behaviors of the dogs, and it's very interesting because it's opposite of what you might think.
Same with all the property. There was no indication of anything. When they didn't do it once. They took in both dogs. They did the whole thing. They did up the road. They did the blanket site. They did pipeline where the boot print was found. They exhausted every single area within.
Well, Malaya sent it to her, so I'd have to assume who was up there around the pipelines was Daniel Martel. So for her to have a photo of this footprint by the pipeline where Daniel Martel was the one putting the boot print there.
Lansdowne.
Yeah, the pipeline trail.
It makes you wonder, did he get all messed up and essay Lilly and Jack saw it, and so he disposed of both of them? It makes you wonder. It just makes you wonder because this guy is so twisted and he tries to act so helpful.
Right here where we're standing.
Mm-hmm. They spent every hour they could searching, not planning or anything like that. They were boots on the ground, just doing whatever they could.
You were mentioning that you had a bit of a tense reaction with one of the dog handlers. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it was a little bit heartbreaking and saddening to hear what the words that came out of his mouth. And for me, all I was trying to do was ever help. That's all I've been doing is cooperating, and to see that and hear that, it was pretty saddening.
What did he say?
He said your Thursday and all the way leading into Friday morning, there's not enough detail. And I said to him that Thursday was just an ordinary day. And
Thursday was not an ordinary day. I want to repeat that again. Thursday was not an ordinary day, because had Thursday been an ordinary day, both Lilly and Jack would have been in school. It was not an ordinary day. They were called off out of school that Thursday as being sick, but we learned from this man right here that the night before, Lilly came home with a black eye because she was playing with a Tonka truck that jumped up off the ground and smacked her in the face.
Till I woke up on Friday morning. And that's when life changed. There was nothing like life changing on Thursday. It was a normal day. So therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day until Friday morning.
That's so bullcrap.
So he was mentioning something along the lines of something happened Thursday night, and your story isn't matching up?
Yeah, well,
Thursday
not just matching, it didn't have enough detail for him personally.
Thursday night's when I believe, that's why I don't believe Janie's story that the kids were out playing that morning, because I believe the kids were murdered that night. Whatever happened that night. It happened after they got back from the Dollarama. So Wednesday night they were over at Malaya's grandmother's house, I believe, washing clothes. Allegedly, this is where Malaya got the black eye. They came home, Lilly had the black eye, and we all know black eyes usually don't pop up right after they're done, but apparently she had a black eye. So it makes you wonder, did the black eye really come from Wednesday night, or did it really come from Tuesday night? Because it's just awfully weird that she's got a black eye. But we were told by Daniel Martel that she came home sporting a black eye when they were washing clothes that Wednesday evening.
And then that's when I asked him, do you know anything on the case? And he said, not really. I've seen you on the news once. And that kind of alarmed me, or, shocking, because you're having somebody that's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore,
I'm absolutely confident that law enforcement that was questioning him knew exactly who he was, knew exactly the details of the case, and was playing dumb, because that's what they do. They want him to over-explain. He wants to see him get frustrated with him about not having information from the case and see how he handles that. This is all psychological, profiling, so to speak, watching his behaviors, watching how he thinks, watching how he deals with certain stresses and frustrations. And this is what is trained and taught in a lot of different agents. So I believe that this agent that he's speaking of was intentionally doing this.
For my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. So you shouldn't try to force something on me without knowing any of the background.
Did he make any accusations at you?
Yeah, he did. He said that Thursday didn't have enough details, and we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. And I asked him, what are you talking about? I just ran through whole Thursday and Wednesday with you.
So there we have it. So law enforcement, and I like this law enforcement body out here. I mean, granted, all law enforcement has their challenges, all law enforcement has their shortcomings, all law enforcement has a lot of different things going on with it. But in this aspect of it, I believe this is telling. This is giving us an insight of where law enforcement is going. So they're not believing these children disappeared that Friday. They believe something happened to them Thursday night. We also heard about cars leaving in the middle of the night, driving up and down the road that evening. Now, we could never find anybody that was willing to come on the record or definitely say it. So we could only use it as a theory or rumor. We couldn't really adopt it as a fact, but we were hearing from some people that in fact there were a lot of cars going up in this area, that there is not a whole lot of activity. Somebody was driving something up and down through these backwoods that night leading into the early morning hours. And then of course they stop around 6, and we're learning that 6:15 is when somebody was calling the kids in as being sick for that day. And then 4 hours later, we know that the kids are missing. So we have an entire night of vehicle movements that Thursday evening. So I believe we're spot on with the Thursday. I don't believe anything happened to these kids Friday, and that's why I believe Janie's lying through her teeth, or she's got it mixed up with another day.
We just spent the last 20 minutes talking, and there's not enough detail because I thought it was an ordinary day.
That
in the
doesn't
end,
make sense.
Cadaver dogs were there. They went through.
Still, in ordinary days, you still did shit, okay? Like, even an ordinary day here. Yesterday, what did I do? I mean, I did research. When I got sick and tired of doing research, I went out and worked in the yard, and I got myself good, hot, and sweaty out in the yard. And, got the yard somewhat cleaned up the best that I could, and then I came back in here and cooled off. I mean, what's an ordinary day? Sometimes an ordinary day is going to the grocery store and spending an hour at the grocery store getting the groceries for the week. I mean, there's a lot of different things, but if you ask me for my ordinary day being here, I can account for it. I mean, if I had to sit there and think, am I going to miss an item here or an item there? Yes, of course I am, because who even remembers what they wore yesterday, right? In a proverbial sense. But at the end of the day, if we had to sit down and think about it and really think about it, I think that we could put together our day, even if we can't remember what we wore that day. I really, truly do. I believe there's going to be some landmarks or milestones in that day that kind of give you some, oh yeah, that's right, I went here. And then you kind of jogs your memory. What did you do after that? Oh yeah, that's right, I went here. You know, so ordinary day of beating kids. Patricia, I mean, I'm laughing, but that's not funny, but it's, you know, I mean, you're probably right. Lilly had a black eye on Wednesday, and by Friday morning, she's gone for forever. I mean, it's just like that.
And the story continues. In conclusion to all this, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm still helping investigators at every turn we could possibly think of. And hopefully we see some kind of resolution soon, or some kind of outcome that's positive.
I'd like to see these two people in jail, Malaya and this man right here. I'd like to see them both in jail. I really do. But you know what? It's when it comes to cases like this, I'm more angry with the female than I ever am with the male, because the male's a stepfather. Moms are supposed to protect their cubs, period. I've seen some of the sweetest women in this world be a cougar over their children, be a bear over their children. And then you have a lady that lost 2 of them, and she's like, oh, well, you know, I'm just going to run away. You know, I don't want to distract from my kid's case. And, you know, I just wanted law enforcement to do what they needed to do. And I just didn't want to, you know, do anything. Moms don't act like that. Okay. There's not one person in my chat that would have the answers Malaya had, period. I don't believe that 100%. I don't believe anybody in my chat would have left their children behind and never went back for their children unless they were responsible for why their children were disappeared.
How's that communication in your relationship with RCMP now, 5 months later, and then given that interaction a few weeks ago?
At this point, I go to them. They don't ever come to me. It's just like I have to contact them, I have to go to them, and it's been like that for a little while now, because I've given them so many leads, and there's only so much I can do.
Oh, he's given them so many leads, and there's only so much I can do to keep these law enforcements on track, you know. Interjection, overly helpful interjection.
I was told not to pursue any leads. So I'm not the one who's going to be going out there investigating.
Why do you pursue leads? Because you're still out there talking to people and finding out new details.
By pursuing leads, they mean if I have a lead, I don't track it down in person. But yeah, like, I'm still open to talk to the public. I have no fake accounts. I don't have anything that would be not under my name. Like, I go fully into every comment with my name present.
Why is that important? She never said anything about that. So it almost makes me feel like he does have some secret account to go on this tangent about not having a secret account. Just saying. Just saying.
Nothing to hide. People are free to message me whenever, and people are free to discuss anything they want with me. Any angle, any perspective that they have, I'm open to it.
Agreed.
And I will pass it along to investigators if it's a solid perspective. Every tip matters. All 800 and almost 900 of them matter.
Do you find that engaging helps for you?
It doesn't help me mentally, that's for sure, but I still do it. I'm basically desensitized to all judgment at this point, so if anybody has anything, you can just come to me, or you can go to Major Crimes, you can go to your local police department, they'll pass along tips, or Crime Stoppers.
But not Malaya. Not Malaya. Not Malaya. Oh, and Malaya, no, this is her just shortly after her children disappeared. Let's not forget this.
Malaya Brooks Murray was caught on Snapchat at the beach. Jill Moore wrote, quote, "Nothing towards my cousin, but could you imagine your kids missing, and instead of helping and doing everything in your power to find them, you're on the beach happy as a clam. I am sick. end quote. The user wrote to the author who took the picture that Malaya was a scumbag who knows exactly what happened to them. Nothing like being glorious and happy while your babies are missing. To which the author replied, "We got her out for the day. She needed a day out. She definitely doesn't know, but I can't really say much till the investigation is over. But I will fill you in on it all. She is still human. She still needs to live. Being depressed at home all day crying isn't going to change anything."
Really? We believe she murdered her children, and she's out of frickin' beach. And you're giving us a lecture on she shouldn't be closed up in a house crying? This is her friends. These are the friends that put her out, you know, and took her out for that interview just the other day, the two girls that were with them. Cheryl is the one that took her out and was out at the beach. She's looking all smiles. I mean, this is Malaya. She looks pretty stinking happy. I'm sorry. There is no way in hell I can be out on a beach when my family is missing. I'm not going out on the beach or getting out of the house or, you know, having a good time when my family is missing. You know what? The flock? The flock? This is not even over. And here's her two friends that were there with her. And when you listen to this, which we're going to listen to this tomorrow after, maybe I don't think we're going to do it this afternoon. I got to get dressed and head out to the beach house. My mom and my little sister are in town. And I want to go out and spend some time with them. So at the end of the day, we'll be doing this tomorrow. I would say tonight, but we haven't really ran a show this week. I think we ran a show on Monday in the evening. Maybe today's Wednesday, and we didn't run one yesterday. And I don't think we ran an evening show since, I don't know when. I don't think we ran one Monday or Tuesday. And I don't think I'm running one today. And then tomorrow I've got a meeting, so we're going to be early in the morning tomorrow. I may or may not go to my meeting tomorrow. I haven't decided for me just quite yet. I've got to go through the BOCC, but we will go over their interview because I think it's very important, and we're going to go back over Malaya's interview she just did. We just went over it yesterday, and then I wanted you to hear from Janie. I wanted you to hear from Daniel. Now I want you to hear from her friends. We'll hear from her friends tomorrow. As you guys are seeing, I'm kind of breaking this down. Daddy's girl, New York, it's nice to see you. I believe you, Betty. Nasty B on the beach is guilty. Yeah, I mean, you just don't do that. I'm sorry, that's just not and then this whole thing, she's in counseling and doing art 15 months after her children, still never looked for her children, still never did a search for her children, still never done any flyers for her children, just freaking hid under a rock. She's got guilty conscience. You're not going to convince me otherwise, and neither are her stupid friends. If her friends are too stupid, and I'm going to call you stupid, Cheryl. You're a smart girl. You know better than what you're doing. But because you just got to feel the loyalty or be center of attention, you guys know, maybe you guys are hanging out with her because you're hoping for a movie deal. I don't know. But what you guys are doing is stupid. It's selfish. It's selfish. These poor babies. And you guys refuse to see the forest for the trees. I can't help you. But what I will do for you, this is what I will promise both of you ladies. As soon as this is over and Malaya goes to jail, I'm dragging the shit out of you. And I'm going to do it. And people are like, Betty, you guys can't be so mean. You can't be so mean to people. Yes, I can. Because you know what? People need to understand what they're doing. These two girls could spend more of their time trying to hunt and find out where Lilly and Jack are instead of enabling the bag that did it to them. I'm tired. I'm tired of stupidity. And I'm tired of dumbasses like this thinking they've got all the answers when they know they were pushed out of this lady's life for 2.5 years. She wanted shit to do with them. But except now that her babies are gone, now she needs their help to clear her name. Oh, she would never do that. How do you know? You don't know who she is. She pushed you right up out of her life for 2.5 years. You don't know who Malaya is anymore. And now she comes home and she's reverted back to this, oh, I can't do anything. Oh, it's all about me. Oh, I'm so traumatized. Cut it out. Okay? Cut it out. You don't even know. You don't even know. But I'm going to tell you girls are on the wrong side of this argument, and you guys can sit there and be loyal. And you know what? I'm going to tell you this, little ladies. You guys got the same blood on the hands that Malaya has. You have them on your hands because you protected this lady when you should have been trying to find the truth for the 2 beautiful babies that are missing. So you know what I think of you, Cheryl, and her friend. I can't remember this girl's name here, but once I find it out, I'm going to tell you, I think you guys are both scumbags. You're both scumbags. You're nice scumbags, but you're still scumbags. Why? Because it should be about the kids, not about your friend. But yet here we go. You're making it about your friend. You're allowing her to manipulate you and, oh, poor me, poor me, poor me. And you're too fucking stupid to know what she did to her own children. No parent acts like this. Cheryl is a mother. You tell me, Cheryl, Miss Cheryl, you tell me what you would do if your children were missing. Would you go and run away and say, oh my gosh, I need to go to therapy. I'm so traumatized by them missing. Or would you get out there in the frickin' woods and look for them? You tell me what you would do, Cheryl. Because I know what your answer would be. You would never act like Malaya. You know why? Because you probably wouldn't murder your children. Just saying. Just saying. I'm sick of stupid people. I'm so sick of stupid people. These 2 ladies here are stupid. Okay? You want to know why they're stupid? I just outlined it. So don't tell me you guys don't know the ladies are stupid. Why? Because I just told you they're stupid. They're stupid. You ladies don't want to be stupid anymore? Quit enabling and protecting that piece of shit mother. That's what you guys could do. Just saying, not playing. All right, guys, we are at the end of our show. We have made it 4 hours. 4 hours. We've covered quite a lot on this show. We covered a lot related to Miss Nancy Guthrie and took the majority of the show to go over Nancy Guthrie information and another interview from Chris Nanos. We spent the last hour going over a little more information about Lilly and Jack Sullivan's case. The reason why we're kind of bringing this up is we have some probative information. Malaya has broke her silence. Now, I don't know if it's because her attorney told her to break her silence, because we're getting kind of to the 15-month mark. I have to assume that there's a lot of movement in their case. A lot of movement in their case, and I have to believe that this is self-serving. I know it's self-serving. Malaya has kept her quiet for 15 months. If she's coming out now, there's a reason, and it's a self-serving one. And these 2 biatches right here know it. And I'm going to say it. You guys are biatches. These are children. And you guys are playing a grown-up game with this frickin' idiot known Malaya Brooks Murray. I can't believe you girls. I can't believe you girls. But you know what? Just desserts. Just desserts. Just desserts. And you will get your just desserts. I promise you that. I will promise you that you will get your just desserts. And I'm not going to be the one that levies those just desserts on you. But you will get your just desserts. And I pray to God karma doesn't take one of your children. I really do. And people need to start thinking like that. Just like this person that sat there and told Ophelia, Mama Tot, that she's glad her son is dead. You don't know what's in your future. I would never say stuff like that. Ever. Even when I do say stuff like, what are you going to do when it's your kid? You know, I just want people to think. I just want people to think. And yeah, there is a piece of me that wishes somebody could feel the type of pain that many of our families feel. But in the same sense, I still don't want them to ever feel that type of pain. But sometimes I still wish they would, but still don't. And that's the difference between us and them, right? Us and them. We protect. I would never, ever, ever, ever support anybody financially, emotionally, or otherwise that I think could hurt an innocent child. There's no way in hell. Never. I don't care if they're my best freaking friend. If I believe they are capable of hurting a child, my loyalty to them ends. My loyalty to them ends. Now, granted, they're going to say, well, we don't know what happened. Nobody really does. Well, God gave us these things right up here. They're called brains, and they're called brain cells. We're taught how to problem solve. We're taught common sense. We have instinct. And if all those things are failing you, that's exactly why you should probably not be involved in this case. These women are stupid. And I hope they're watching. And I hope you understand I'm calling you stupid. Because you're stupid. God bless.